Okay. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. And we do have all members present with the exception of Mr. Stevens, who will not be able to be here this evening due to personal reasons. So it's approximately 5:30, and it is a great honor and pleasure this evening to introduce Mr. Forrest Campbell, who is the kind of like the guru of the Boy Scouts of Troop 911. I've worked with him for many, many years, and we have one of his troop members, Wyatt Coors? Coors. Okay. And Mr. Coors, if you'll come and stand in the front and lead our congregation in the pledge, we'd appreciate it. So if y'all would please stand. I feel like I'm in church. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and I believe you're working on your citizenship in the community badge, so good luck with that. All right. And then also I just wanted to make a short announcement that we do have two agenda items first that we need to get started, 3.1 and 3.2. We will, if the council prefers, at the end of the hour, we can take the zoning issue 7.1 and 7.2 next, but we can't do it before 6:30. Why? Because that's when we published the public hearing. It would not start till 6:30. So the city attorney has told me we can't move it up now. I know I'd like to accommodate you, but due to the rules, we have to wait until 6:30. So we're gonna go ahead and work for an hour on various other things, and then if the council would like, we can move it up next. Okay? Would that be good? All right. Very good. All right. So we have agenda item number 2, citizens to be heard. Now, I know many of you are here for an agenda item, which you are able to speak on for up to 3 minutes. But if there's any other citizens that are here that would like to speak on any other issue besides a agenda item issue, please come forward and state your name and just generally where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Okay, so that tells me that everybody's here for an agenda item. All right, then we're going to move to 3.1, presentation. 3.1, presentation of the 2023 Texas Municipal Library Directors Association Achievement of Excellence in Libraries Award, and it's with great honor to introduce Regina Reed, our library director, who is going to explain the award, and then we'll present her with her plaque, and we'll introduce her, if you'll introduce your staff as well. Thank you. Ms. Reed, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mary.
You bet. Yes, you are.
Okay. I normally hear myself louder than that.
Okay, excuse me. I'm getting a message that we're not being live streamed. Dr. Caldera?
Yeah, I know, but he's watching it.
Okay. Okay, very good. So that was the message that I just got. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're super excited to announce that we have received the 2023 Texas Municipal Library Directors Association Achievement of Excellence in Libraries Award. It's very long every year. We've received the award. TMLDA, Texas Municipal Library Association, is a member of TML, so it's the library's portion of the Texas Municipal League that we all attend. And these are the 10 categories that we have to meet to receive the award every year. Wow, words are coming out wrong, sorry. Number 1 is services to underserved population. Number 2, effective marketing. 3, collaboration with community organizations. Number 4, enhanced services. Number 5, literacy support for all ages. Number 6 is digital inclusion. Number 7 is workforce development support. Number 8 is cultural, topical, and educational programming. And number 9 is professional training opportunities. And number 10 is other services that support the community that demonstrate how the library serves the community with excellence. And I think this year we did summer reading. Again, our summer reading program is what we do best, and so that's what we like to highlight on number 10 when we have the option to showcase ourselves in a certain light. That's it for the presentation part. With me today, I have Teresa Brader, who's the Assistant Library Director, and Sherry Watson, who is our library tech and the resident artist of Leon Valley.
Yes.
So if you've ever been to the library and seen the mural on the wall, all of that is Sherry's work. And we were finally able, after a few years of doing this, to get her here tonight. So we're excited about that.
Wonderful. Well, let's show our appreciation and for your hard work. I mean, I always say that the library is like at the cog in the wheel, because y'all just make the city go. And is this you've gotten this award every year that you've been our librarian, right?
Yes.
So this is the third year in a row?
So, yes.
Fourth year in a row?
It's the
third year in a row.
I presented for 2019, I think. No. I don't think we presented in 2019 because of 2020.
Because of the
But,
COVID,
yes.
yeah.
So this is the third year that we've presented.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. We're just so thrilled. And you do such a great job, in my estimation, on a lot of different things, but especially in outreach. I mean, I met a lady last summer at I always thought it was going to be a zoo when I took my granddaughter there, but guess what? It wasn't zoo with petting animals. It was zoo with equipment. And I'm like, oh, okay, duh, I missed something. But I met a lady from Stone Oak who saw it on Facebook, and she said, you have the most wonderful community. And then she was in the park where I was with my granddaughter. But so I know you do a good job in
thank you.
that outreach, so thank you. If anyone else would like to say. Oh, I'm going to give her the plaque. Okay. I just wanted to talk. Yeah, okay. I'm going to do that. I promise you. I won't keep it. Go ahead. I'm going to let the council members speak. Mr. Martinez and Mr. Campos will go around.
For the people in the audience and watching on TV, I urge everybody to go to the library and look at that mural on the back wall. It is fantastic, and words can't express how beautiful it is. Thank you.
So, Ms. Reed, how many people do you have in your staff? I know you have 2 right here, but the volunteers.
Our volunteer, do we know the number of volunteers? It does fluctuate. In the city manager report, I always report our volunteer hours that we have. So we have anywhere between like 50 to over 100 volunteer hours every month. We have 7 actual physical bodies that are paid staff. And then the Friends of the Library have about 25 to 30 people that volunteer through the Friends of the Library. And then the city has probably 20 or 30, like the library itself has about 20 or 30 volunteers that show up on a regular basis.
Well, this award, congratulations to your staff that are here. It's a reflection of the hard work that all your staff and your volunteers put in, and it's a reflection of their leader. So congratulations on this award.
Thank you.
Regina, as you know, my family utilizes the library quite a bit, and they always have nothing but the best to say about you. They have gone to other libraries around the area, but they always continue to come to Leon Valley because of the staff and because of you. Again, congratulations, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And I'll just echo the same sentiments. It's an amazing library, amazing job that continue to win this award. So good job. And the mural is amazing. It's very great talent that you have. Appreciate it.
This is the plaque that was sent to us to honor and her staff. Achievement of Excellence in Libraries Award, presented to the Leon Valley Public Library, awarded by the Texas Municipal Library. We'll honor you on the wall at the library, and we're so happy to present it. Okay.
I'm watching it on my phone, Councilor Martinez. It's on YouTube and on our
All right. We're going to go to presentation 3.2, and with just a little bit background and context. On, I want to say February 3rd, but it's been a while. The council met on a Saturday, and for a couple of hours, we hashed out our vision and mission statement. We updated it. It hadn't been updated in probably about 7 or 8 years. And so following that, the manager recommended that we look at core values and look at our goals and objectives, which we had some, but do we want to upgrade those? And so this is the continuation of that work that we started about 6 weeks ago. So, Dr. Caldera, if you'll begin, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the last meeting, y'all adopted a new mission and vision statement, and it's there up on the screen. I know, Mayor, you mentioned that you wanted to make an amendment to the mission and vision statement. So if you want to present that to the council right now and see if they want to bring that back.
It was after the meeting that we actually finalized it, and I was looking at it, and I thought, gosh, I think we could add something that I thought might make it a little bit clearer, and y'all might not agree with me, but I wanted to at least bring it up. So on the mission, we have the City of Leon Valley is committed to protecting quality of life, safety, and liberty, and I wanted to add, for all of its citizens while prioritizing fiscal responsibility, resiliency, sustainability, and economic development. I just thought we needed to tie it back to the citizens, but I don't know what y'all think.
I think that's fine. For clarity, it makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
Okay, so if there's consensus, then
So
maybe
that
we
at the
could
next
amend
agenda,
it.
Sure, at the next
That would be
agenda, what
great.
I will do is bring back the resolution to amend the mission statement.
Very good. Thank you. I really appreciate y'all's consideration. Okay, great. Thank you.
Now, moving on, we will move on to core values. So where we left off on the core values is y'all started as of 2/24/24 as core values. And again, not all cities have core values. You don't have to adopt core values. But if you would like to, this is where y'all left off. Treat citizens and business in a fair, transparent, and prompt manner. Deliver exceptional police, fire, EMS, and reliable water and sewer service. Provide financial excellence and transparency. Promote economic development and stability. Uphold environmental responsibility, and maintain a sustainable and resilient community. And then y'all ended, because then the conversation switched to, here's the city of San Antonio, and they just use one word core values with kind of like a definition for each. They use teamwork. We work together to make San Antonio better. Integrity, we model ethical behavior. Innovation, we are driven by the continuous improvement. And professionalism, we are qualified, skilled, and committed. And so there, y'all stopped at that moment because I forget which resident came up and said, we really like San Antonio's one-word statement with definitions. And so the conversation kind of tiered off into that direction, and we kind of ended the conversation there. And so if y'all want to do one-word sentences for core values, like treatment of citizens, businesses in fair and transparent manner, you could have something in there like integrity, and that would kind of fall under that category, or just transparency, and you would put a definition for that. So if you want to move in that direction, you certainly can do that, or you can leave where you're at and continue the conversation there. So that's up to you on how y'all would like to proceed.
Okay. All right. I'll open up to my colleagues. Do y'all have any thoughts or comments on how we should proceed? Keep the core values or revise them to make it a little simpler? Not to put anybody on the spot now.
You can also open it up to the audience. This could be
Yes,
this could be
exactly. If y'all
more
would like
comfortable.
to
I know it
add
seems a
us.
little structured because it is a council meeting. At the strategic planning meeting, it was a little bit of an open forum.
On a Saturday. It was
a
very
Saturday.
laid back.
We were
yeah.
in jeans, so you
That's
know.
right. Yeah.
But you're more than welcome to
Sure.
adhere to. If
You
anybody
bet.
in the audience has any ideas of what y'all would like to prefer, they can come up. I know Councilor Stevens is pretty pivotal in that conversation,
He
and
was.
so
He's not here
he's
tonight.
not here this evening, and so he probably would be leading this discussion a little bit. But again, I don't know if you want to open it up to the audience to see what.
You bet. If anybody has, just raise your hand. And yes, Beth, if you'd like to come and just state your name and just where you reside.
Mersh, and I live in Seneca.
Uh-huh.
I'm very familiar with the one-word core values.
Uh-huh.
I think the the benefit of having the key word there is that it's much easier for everybody to learn their core values. And I know with my work experience, it was important that everybody knew the core values. So I would be in favor of going to the one word with the explanation of what that one word stands for, rather than something that's seems more like a goal to promote economic, development, stability, and that kind of stuff. So I would be in favor of the one words.
Very good. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay. So now yes. Ms. Fernandez, good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Mary Ruth Fernandez, and I live on Mary Jameson Street. And I like what your sentences have, and I wonder if you had more, or if this was going to be the last of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This is what we came up with on February 24th, but it's a work in progress. Nothing's been finalized yet, so.
So I like the idea of the one word with the definition,
okay.
But I sure wouldn't want to lose any of the ideas that you put up already.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, anyone? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
To me, the core values should be renamed goals and not have any core values. Because, there's some cities that don't have core values and have goals, but, it can go either way. But to me, these are our goals.
Okay. So you're for changing the core values to goals?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and just where you reside.
I'm Sandy Aguirre. I live on Seneca.
Thank you.
After a 40-year career at USAA, we have core values. And one of them that I like the one word also. I'm in
okay.
agreement with that, with then explanation how it all ties into that one word. One word that I would consider is service.
Service. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Yes. Mr. Bradshaw.
So I was, taking into account the one word, and I wanted Crystal to flip back what she did to the slide so we could say, no, sorry, go back to the other one, to ours. So we could see if
What
we
one word?
took those 6, what would be the one word that would define it, right? So the first one
idea.
is pretty easy because I think you could say transparency, right, and then make that apply. The second one I had trouble with is deliver exceptional police, fire, EMS, and reliable water and sewer services. But this citizen just said it's service. I think we could use that and then tie in the definition of service, right? And so
Okay.
I think we just need to go through and figure out what those words would be that could apply to these. The third one, kind of key off of excellence. But if you remember, Councilor Stevens was pretty adamant against excellence. Like that's kind of a generic term. What does it really mean? So I think we could go back to these and look at them a little bit more. I guess the fourth one, you could do stability, right? Economic development, something like that. And then the fifth, you could use responsibility to the environment, and you could add to that, and sustainability maybe.
Responsibility to the environment. And then did you say stability, economic stability, or just?
For the last one, it says maintain a sustainable and resilient community. So, or maybe resiliency is what.
Resiliency is the big word now.
Yeah.
Okay. So service, transparency, stability, just stability, Mr. Bradshaw? Or did you have something like economic stability?
No, I think you put stability.
Just stability, and then we explain it?
Define it.
Okay.
And then responsibility.
Responsibility to the environment?
Right.
Or just responsibility? Uh-oh. There's somebody's phone.
Benny's phone.
Mr. Bradshaw, responsibility or
Yeah,
responsibility?
responsibility, and then in the body
you can do
define
to
it.
the, okay, all right, and then resiliency.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything else you'd like to add?
I don't know.
Service,
I don't
transparency,
think we've talked
stability,
about the
responsibility,
sentences
and
yet.
resiliency. Okay, all right.
So for the third one, provide financial excellence and transparency. have a word for that, or do you want
Well, we
to
had-
just move that with transparent underneath the word transparent?
Yeah, I think we had transparency, so,
Yeah, we did it on the first one.
Mr. Campos,
If-
go ahead.
I think the financial, maybe it should be promote financial, economic, and something along that line, because stability would be the financial part of it, in my opinion. It's not necessarily, it will tie into transparency as well, but I think that's what we're looking for here, stable funding of our government, our city tax rates.
About financial accountability, promote economic development and financial accountability.
Yeah, good.
But is that going to be under one of the words, right? Because we.
Yeah, she just wrote it underneath stability.
Okay, I'm sorry, I haven't seen that. Yeah, because we wanted to still, just do the one word. Okay, good. Thank you, Dr. Caldera. Yes, Ms. Mers, go ahead. Transparent, is it transparent or transparency?
Probably transparency.
I
Okay.
would think that instead of service, that's where you would put excellence. Because service, yes, it's defining that you're being responsive to people, but you're saying exceptional police, fire, EMS. So I would think the excellence would be more of a key word rather than service.
Okay, so you're suggesting replace service with excellence. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
I just know Counselor Stevens probably did have he had an issue with the word.
He had it.
I don't know, like, I don't want to bring it back and then we're.
Yeah, back and forth.
Did y'all agree to keep it to service rather than change it to excellence? So what the consensus is? Okay. Okay.
Going back to.
Go ahead, Mr.
Going
Campos, go
back-
ahead.
Could you go back one screen, please? So resiliency, are we going to truncate that by? The resiliency, maintain sustainable and resilient community? Are we going to end it there? That last resiliency is. No.
This is it, yeah.
Like, these are the one, I know y'all y'all had some conversation about San Antonio's core values, so I want to make sure that in some form or fashion, you've incorporated whatever y'all saw that was of importance to y'all here. And then, you're right, you didn't finish your conversation on resiliency. I think there was some conversation on what resiliency actually meant and if it was in line with sustainability. But I know resiliency was the mayor's addition, so I didn't know if you had something specific, Mayor, that was resilient. You could just cut it off at community, like resilient community.
Resiliency to me is preparing for the unknown, right? I mean, we've got tons of stuff that's facing us, so we need to become resilient. So how do we do that? I know I took off my icebox tonight because I thought this was really key to becoming resiliency, and that's getting ready, doing our emergency preparedness. I mean, to me, that flows, but that's just one aspect of resiliency. Anyway, so and sustainability is, what we said last time was we were balancing, in our old mission statement, we were balancing social equity, environmental stewardship, and economic development. And if we balance those, then you achieved sustainability. That was our mission statement 7 or 8 years ago, and that's what we've changed now. But still trying to keep sustainable as a key component of our core value. Yeah. So, anything else? I mean, I know this is a work in progress. Any other comments from our participants in our chambers this evening?
With that being said, I would like to have a small discussion on where we go here from the goals and objectives. And so I had presented to you, I'll let you get to the mic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We were looking at
Sorry,
goals and
yes.
objectives as well.
last time I presented each of the goals and objectives sections that we currently had. And again, in my opinion, they needed to be a little bit more defined. And there has been some conversation about breaking the goals and objectives down by department. And so I wanted to ask y'all if you wanted to do that, and then the staff could put together like a draft, if you want to have a conversation of what you expect in each of those, or something that you would like to see in each of those sections now, so we make sure we incorporate those in the draft. Or would you like to just stay in line with what you currently have, unless you want to pillar off of your mission and vision statement? That's also another way for you to kind of address your goals and objectives. So it just depends. Again, I gave y'all different versions of how every city does it, and everybody does it differently. So there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's more of your preference and what you think the community would like to see. So if you would like your goals and objectives to be like department-based, like police, fire, economic development, finance, that kind of thing, library.
Yeah, goal 1 is economic development, so that's 1.
Right. So at the time, you have to also remember, at the time, we were really big on, economic development was the #1 priority. Not that it's not now, but I think that if you're going to do your departments, the council should have a conversation of priorities as well, and like kind of how you would like to prioritize those goals for each of them. So, but yes, economic development is your current first goal. But maybe some of y'all would like to see fire first, or police first, or finance first, or would you like to go back to your mission statement? Because the original way this was set up was through your old mission and vision statement. So you could base your goals off of your core values. You could base your goals off of, life, safety, liberty, like your actual mission statement and what you have in your vision, or you could break them down by department. So
do you have, you don't have all of the goals just on one piece of paper, right? Yeah, okay.
Here.
I know. I'm just like, I'd like to look at them all, but just for for our citizens, it's economic development that we
And then
already,
it's correct.
police,
Police and
fire,
fire.
safety, security.
and then
Just if we'll go through it, transportation, that's a big one.
transportation,
Uh-huh.
then it's infrastructure capital plan,
Mm-hmm.
then it is environmental sustainability,
Ability, uh-huh.
and then citizen involvement,
Mhm.
and then provide excellent parks, recreational, green space, and cultural opportunities. Openness, transparency, and accountability. Where you had 8 goals, and each
had
of your
8
goals
goals.
had objectives. But as we discussed, like there's some, like under economic development, you had objectives, you had repeats, then you had things on there like, promote youth programs. I mean, they just weren't very clear. Staff had made some recommendations on deletions already based on what you currently had, like maximize recycling. That's not really an objective. Normally you say maximize recycling by, making it, recycling bins at all the city events,
Yeah,
not
right.
allowing paper. You put some guidelines in place.
Okay,
So it's just a matter of, do you want to basically amend what you currently have? Like we could just amend
right.
what you currently have. Or we could say economic development, goal 1, next goal would be, say finance department. You could have goals for police, goals for fire. I will let you know, like the library and your parks committees, they're working on their strategic goals and their plans. The park's getting ready to do a timeline for their master plan, because they always bring y'all, and they bring it to y'all, and y'all have to approve it and all that great stuff. But they, as committees, go through their process as well. So I just wanted to make sure that they weren't jumping the gun and their strategic goals meshed with y'all's before we kind of go down that path. And so, again, I just need some direction on.
Okay. Well, let me open it up to the council, see what y'all would like to do. Do you want to keep the goals, change the goals, get goals from each department? I don't know about that. I like our goals personally, but maybe change 1 or 2 and reorder them. I don't know for priority's sake, but I'm not sure how the staff's goals would fit in, because these are really council goals, right?
They're not staff goals. You break them down by department.
Uh-huh.
So essentially, for instance, when we were
But-
going through.
But the staff would do the work, is what you're saying.
Right, you
right?
would tell us, like economic development, just kind of like when we gave you additional recommendations, right? So increase employment and job quality was one of the recommendations added as a goal. we just gave recommendations. We're not telling you what your goals are. But here was an example. Police provided y'all a list of goals that weren't in your goals as part of an amendment to police, fire, and security. That was y'all's goal. And then you had all of these recommendations. Well, the fire chief provided some rewording of these goals because they wanted it to be clear for them. Your goals and objectives are y'all's goals and objectives, but people have to understand what your goals and objectives are, and you want your staff to follow so if we don't understand what your intent is, how can we follow your goals? And so that's what I was trying to explain to y'all. Some of y'all's goals didn't make any sense to any. I knew what they were because I was here when y'all had the discussion, but somebody reading them off the street does promote Leon Valley. Well, that's not an objective. That's promote Leon Valley how? Technically, one could say the YouTubers promoted Leon Valley. It's a negative way, but they did. They promoted. So was that a goal? Was that met? No. So we just needed clarity on what your goals and objectives are.
Okay. Let me hear from some of my colleagues. Mr. Campos, go ahead,
So
please.
when we had the workshop that Saturday, one of the comments that was made is that, well, we put them on the shelf, and whether that was true or not, the staff does a fine job. But I think that I would like to see them by department, and that we can review them annually or see where we're at. Maybe there's a report by department head as to how what they did during the year met the goals that we set as a council. That's my comment.
Okay.
So we normally, just so y'all know, the way we used to do it way back when is part of your PowerPoint. One of the slides would be strategic goal and whether or not that item on that council agenda met your strategic goal. Over the last, I would say 2 or 3 years, the staff has been putting NA because there's not really, the goals haven't been updated. Some of these objectives, or either, I marked out a few because they've already been completed, like they were taken care of, and we just haven't updated them.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw?
So I'd like the idea of each department having
Okay.
goals. Even, if you look at this one that's on the screen, it's police, fire, safety, and security.
Okay.
I would probably break it out to the police department and the fire department, right? Have not necessarily the same goals, right?
Right.
And have the department heads come in with their proposal for goals, because if they don't come up with them, they're not going to necessarily buy into what we say these are your goals, right? Like, it's better to me that they provide some input on what the goals should be.
So you're recommending that the staff draft the goals for each department? I'm hearing Mr. Campos and you say that, and then present it back to council
Right, and I think
for our
that
review.
you shouldn't put, each department has 10, 12 goals.
Yeah,
I think it should
simple,
be small,
short, yeah.
3 to 4
Right.
goals.
Absolutely. My other part of that recommendation would be that for the council members that feel like these things need to be in economic development, that you provide that to us as we're getting ready for that PowerPoint presentation. Just kind of like when I started this process, I sent y'all, goals and objectives and had you rewrite them so I could combine them and kind of mesh them together in order to kind of help steer the conversation. And some of y'all did do that, some of y'all didn't, which is fine. But if you have specific goals, it makes the conversation a little bit easier. So I can send you all of the departments, and if you can say, I really want to see this in economic development, or I really want to see this under finance as a
We can
goal.
add to it.
Correct.
Definitely.
And so this
Okay,
just kind of
that'd be great.
jumpstarts the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Mr. Orozco, go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mayor. And this is exactly where I was going with that. I didn't want to make it too cumbersome, where somebody that is electing to try to move into Leon Valley, or a business that's trying to come into Leon Valley, goes through our mission statement, our core competencies. But I do like the goals, and if we can put the recommendations that the fire chief and then put on there, and we go from there. But I don't want to make it too cumbersome. San Antonio is too basic, and Bernie was okay, Helotes was not. We just have to something that's going to be unique, that's going to keep the interest of the reader that's going to come into Leon Valley. So I don't make it too cumbersome, but I do like the goal process.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Martinez?
One thing with the staff setting goals, I would like to see possibly a 1 year, and maybe a 5, and possibly a 10-year goal.
Okay, so you're getting, that's getting a little too much. So,
Well, not really, because, a goal could be attainable or not attainable in the first year, but it might be in the second. So, you want to set your goals.
Right. So that's why you review them, like at my
Every
Mr.
5 to 7 years.
Yeah. But your goals, I think that you're talking about, we do that when we do capital planning. So we give you, we give your what your next fiscal year, your 5-year and your 10-year, and we spread it out and we give you a whole timeline. But if you start breaking it down, you're going to lose the reader. Nobody's going to read a 200-page document. I think one of the ones I sent you is 141 pages or something.
That's right.
Nobody's going to read that. But I think it's if you have 5 goals, on average for each of the departments, you may have a little bit more on some. I think it will hold the reader's attention. I think you could probably evaluate them annually as part of like your budget process, or incorporate that as something that you continuously do, because it's easier to go through 5 goals per department than 15 to 20 or 5, 10. I mean, that would be more cumbersome. The reason that this conversation is taking a little bit longer is because we've never touched on core values before. You hadn't updated your mission and vision statement since 2007, 2008. So we've had the same one, and they weren't meshing together. You've updated your goals and objectives, but hadn't touched your mission and vision. So I just wanted them to let's have a group conversation and kind of get everything on track.
Right. I like the departments and stuff, but we have some goals that how are we going to incorporate these ideas into the staff recommendations? And
So,
that's
like,
like
if you-
openness, transparency, and accountability, which I think is really,
So
really,
that
really
falls-
important.
So the openness, transparency, that kind of stuff.
Gonna be core value?
That's not, it's your transparency. That's
Our core value.
That's your core value.
Okay.
But if you want something specific, like we did a resolution for open records, that would have been an objective for, essentially I would put that under Saunders' page, and she updates the transparency one that's down here.
All right.
But it would be like the city secretary's 5 goals for the year. But let's say you had, something to do with elections or something to do with open records. One of the goals or objectives was just FOIA. Even though that wasn't listed, that was a goal, and it would have been an objective that was achieved. We wanted to make them readily available to the community. The objective would have been having a software system to be able to do that, which we've already done.
Okay, so then provide excellent parks. I understand that's public works that would go under that. But cultural opportunities, how are we going to capture that through the library?
So you could put it under put it under as a library goal, an objective, but again, what was the purpose of that goal?
Yeah, I don't know. But then they had citizen involvement too. That was another one of our goals,
mean,
which I think is really important.
Some words sound really pretty, but they mean nothing.
Okay.
And
All
so,
right.
cultivating, what does that mean? What did you want from that? What would you expect from the staff from that point? What did you want? I know what it meant. It was the Taste of Leon Valley. It was the Jazz Festival. That's what that conversation entailed, and they made it a generic term. But Mr. Campos wasn't here during that time. Would you know what that meant? No. And so that's what I'm saying.
We're here, but
and so, but well, I mean, as part of the
not on
conversation.
council, yeah, but you were here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so that's what I
Sounds
mean.
good.
Is just
I understand.
clarifying what some of that means.
Okay, Mr. Martinez. Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Anyone else? So what would be the timeline on this?
That's up to y'all. I mean, probably I would give us the staff 30 days to bring it back to you sometime in April. First meeting in May. I know the council may be switching, so you may have a new council member that may have some insight on some of the items. So it may be good to have that conversation at that point.
Okay. All right.
But anything that you have between now and then, and I'll send you all a reminder, I'll kind of break it down and put together a draft for y'all, and then you can, if there's something that's missing, then you can
So
add.
then you'll update the mission statement, you'll send us the core values so that we can add to that, and then
Correct.
the staff will send us each department's goals and objectives, or just goals?
It'll be, well, the goals are the one words, right? Like, so the number goal would be like,
Right.
I don't know, excellent police service or
Okay.
whatever
and
it
then
is.
underneath
then
that
it would
will be the
right.
objectives. Okay, got you. All right, very good. Anything else? All right, well, great. Thank you so much. It's a work in progress, and we'll get there. But, and thank you all for your input as well, those of you that came and gave us your 2 cents. We do have time because we cannot have the public hearing before 6:30, so I'll just go ahead and move then to the announcements by the mayor and council. And I had just a few announcements. I wanted to let everybody know that this coming Saturday, March 23rd, from 10 to 2 at John Marshall High School is the 25th annual Los Leones Art Fair. And I got a call this week inviting me to attend. And as many of you know, our former mayor, Marcy Meffert, was instrumental in getting this Los Leones Fair going. And it was at the City of Leon Valley for many, many years, and then they outgrew the space, and now it's at John Marshall High School. And now they're anticipating like 5,000 people to attend on Saturday. So I hope to see you all there. And then also, we won't have another council meeting before April 2nd, so wanted to wish each and every one of you a happy Easter, and be safe and have a good, wonderful time with your family. I know a lot of people cherish that holiday. And then also April the 9th at 6:30, if you've been a volunteer, you should have gotten a invitation to the Leon Valley Appreciation Dinner, Volunteer Appreciation Dinner, and we do need an RSVP at 6 o'clock at the Conference Center. So hope to see you there. So that's it from me. If there's anybody else, yes, Councilor Campos.
Mayor,
Yes.
fellow councilors, and our audience, I just want to express some condolences to Councilor Josh Stevens. His wife, Kate's dad, passed away, so I just want to pass on our condolences for that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez, Councilor Martinez.
Tomorrow, the Chamber, North Valley, or North San Antonio Chamber of Commerce is going to have their luncheon at the Marriott SeaWorld on Westover Hills. And the new superintendent of Northside, Dr. John Kraft, will be our guest speaker. So that's open to anybody that would like to hear the new superintendent of the biggest school district in San Antonio speak. Thank you.
Very good. All right, anything else? Yes.
I was just going to repeat what Councilor had indicated. Kate and Josh family, our prayers are with him, and that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you. All right, then we move to Dr. Caldera, your city manager's report, please.
Sure. So my city manager's report's outside and up online. That's it. I don't have anything. Everything's posted on the agenda.
Okay, very good. And agenda item number 6, we have a consent agenda, items 6.1 through 6.7. Is there any one on the council that would like to remove any of those items for discussion? Okay. Seeing no one, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
I so move.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda item 6.1 through 6.7 as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Now, we are not in time for our regular agenda item 1 and 2. Dr. Caldera, do you recommend that we just go ahead and go to agenda item number 7.3? Okay, so we'll just move on to that because, again, it's a time sensitive for those public hearings. So let me read 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider approval of a request by Burkett Media for a variance to Chapter 3 Building Regulations, Article 3.04 Signs, Section 3.04.012 Off-Premises Signs, Subsection A, New Off-Premise Signs, and 12 light-emitting diode signs located at 5902 Bandera Road. And we have our Planning and Zoning Director, Mindy Teague, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening,
We're glad
Mayor
you're
and
here.
Council. Thank you.
Yes.
So the question tonight to City Council is to consider a request for 2 variances to the sign code. One, to allow an off-premise electronic sign at 5902 Bandera, that's right there, 410 and the Valero. So one of them is an off-premise, that is one of the variances, and because it's digital, that's the second. Your options are to grant the variances, deny them, or other, and it's at City Council's discretion. So Burkett Media is the applicant that is requesting the variances to our sign ordinance. And like I said, one is for because it is digital, electronic, and the other because it is off-premise sign like a billboard. The sign would be 14 foot high by 48 foot wide, and that's the location. It's 500 feet away from any other sign. Here's your site plan. It is right here. It is accessed by a private drive. They do have a TxDOT permit application that has been approved and owner authorization also.
Okay.
This is what they're proposing here. So all fees for the variances have been paid, and the sign may increase visitors' sales tax revenue as the company is proposing to advertise for the city of Leon Valley on their sign.
At no charge to us.
Yeah, and I do not believe the applicant is here.
They are not here?
No, ma'am.
Oh, very good.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We haven't met in person.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. They are here.
Okay.
If you have any questions.
Yes, if you could please come forward. Thank you and welcome. We're so glad you're here. If you could state your name and where you reside, and
You can hand them to me. I'll pass them out. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for your help.
okay.
Yeah, hello, Council, Mayor. Nice to meet you. My name is Bo Burkett with Burkett Media.
Bo
So
Burkett.
Bo
Okay.
Burkett, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I own Burkett Media. I'm a small billboard company that owns billboards here throughout the San Antonio area and Austin, throughout the state of Texas. What's happened over the last few years is there's been a move towards some of these gateway community signage billboards. I've done several of these in the Metroplex up in Dallas, Houston, here in San Antonio as well. And what we're proposing, as you saw on the one slide that has the rendering here, it's very similar to what you already have here in town on Bandera Road that you did several years ago with another sign company. Rather than just do a regular billboard, we're offering to do stone cladding or brick up the pole. Page 2 of that packet I just handed out is the sign we just did in Kyle, Texas, on the north end of Kyle on I-35. That was completed about 6 months ago. Very similar proposal with them. They ended up getting a free spot on advertising on the sign. You know, digital sign is regulated by TxDOT. They have to be static images. There will be no animation on the sign at all. So it's a static image, just like the other signs you see throughout the San Antonio area, similar to like what Clear Channel does. It's all heavily regulated with TxDOT. That's who we have to get our state permit through. Again, we do have that already approved, but we're needing city approval. So what we're doing, the size and height and is very standard for the industry. It would be on Loop 410, so it'd be at the entrance to the city coming in from the west, which is kind of the definition of a gateway sign. It's getting motorists to come into Leon Valley and most importantly to exit into Leon Valley, spend money here in town with your local businesses, hotels, restaurants, things of that nature. We've, again, done this in various other cities, and there's been a lot of success with the community being able to advertise events. If you look on page 3 and 4, it shows some renderings of examples, some free city ad design examples. I just pulled some of these off your previous Facebook post online, but one example would be like this Saturday, you were talking about that event for the, I believe it's Miss Leonis. Los Leonis.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a good example where, you know, we'd put the ad together, we'd put it up there, we'd notify the community. Again, you do have one of these already in town on Bandera Road, but this would really complement that well because right now you're not getting any exposure to the higher traffic count on 410. So that would be, as part of this proposal, free advertising to the city to promote city events. Also, the fire department and police department could use it as well, you know, for hiring. You know, we've seen other cities like Liberty Hill use it for, hey, we're hiring now for the summer coming up for lifeguards at the city pool, you know, things of that nature. So it can be used for HR. It can congratulate a local school if they want a football game, things of that nature. So it's really just a community gateway messaging tool to get your messages out there. Again, free, totally free of charge. So those are pages 3 and 4. The last page is just an example of, we have a lot of questions a lot of times of what is digital technology. You guys may not have as many of those questions because you already have this technology here in town. You've already done a very similar deal to this on Bandera Road, but it would be top of the line technology. It has auto dimming technology, photocells, to where, you know, we're limited by nits, which is the level of brightness that can be on these. So everything would meet all the criteria with TxDOT, which is, again, no animation, and it'd be static images. You guys would get the free advertising. We would also, again, do the aesthetic upgrade with the with the brick, and then also, and then B, if you guys want a certain color of brick, we can match, we've done it in cities where we match the exact color of their brick on their city hall or something of that nature. And then, of course, the city logo, if you'd like that on there as well, which is similar to what you did on Bandera Road. But if you look at kind of the main flyer there, page 1, again, it does show the location. It's on 410. That is in the city limits, obviously, of Leon Valley, next to IHOP there at the Valero. I do have a agreement signed with the owner of the Shell station, which is Valero. He's obviously excited to get additional revenue off of the sign. And, there's other things that we could do through a development agreement once we formalize this. If we were able to get our variances approved tonight, we would limit content, restrict content. There'd be nothing political on the sign. There would be nothing controversial, profane, lewd, anything of that nature. So we'd put all that in the agreement. So that's always a question that staff, city council will ask us. Again, we are offering a development fee to the city as well that could be used at the city's discretion. So it'd be a one-time payment of $100,000 to be used as a development fee. That can be used toward, splash pad, dog park, your streets fund, whatever you want to do with that. It's totally discretionary. We just did that in Colleyville. We did it in Kyle as well. That's allowed under Texas Government Code Chapter 380, which is a development fee. Again, I think that covers kind of the nuts and bolts of it. I know it's kind of a new technology, so I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposal and the technology itself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burkett. Do appreciate it. Now, you keep referencing the sign on Bandera Road. Is that the one next to the church, the low one next to the church on the rock? Just want to be sure we're on the same page there.
Right.
And then also, I had just a question for the manager. How does this interface or with our sign ordinance? Is there any restriction? I know it's in the middle of being revised, so I'm not sure.
This has nothing to do with
we don't have to
revisions
worry-
of the sign ordinance, no.
So we don't have to worry about that.
No, so what Mindy went over with you is still the same things that are gonna be prohibited in our current, and the updated or the recommended sign ordinance that staff is being presented to you.
Okay.
So it's not like we're gonna allow LED billboard signs everywhere.
Okay, very good. And how tall is it again, did you
So
say?
TxDOT regulates 60 feet of height
60
max,
feet,
so and that's
okay.
what it's above grade, so 60 feet
Okay.
above grade, and that's what it's permitted for.
All right.
And the landowner was really instrumental in that because that gets us just above his Valero sign, where we won't block his sign, it won't block ours, and it also won't interfere with any of the signage on neighboring
Okay.
properties. And there's no residential around this sign either. It's a very commercial area.
All right, very good, thank you. Mr. Roscoe?
I'm going to go ahead and give it to Campos, because I know what he's going to ask. I had the same question as well. And we talked last week, so I'm going to do a follow-up on Campos. I know what he's going to
Okay.
ask.
Mr. Campos, go ahead, please. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. First, I wanted, besides the questions I had before, tell me about who's responsible for the upkeep of this brick in the event that it is graffitied. It's an off-premise variance for us. Who would be responsible for that?
We would, and that'd be in our development agreement. So it's very similar to what we've done in Kyle and Colleyville. Those are both very similar communities on an interstate with growth, affluent areas, and that's in our development agreement. So that's in our lease already with the landowner that we have to keep that, and then also we would do that in our agreement with the city through development agreement. So we'd be responsible for maintenance, upkeep, keeping it aesthetically pleasing, graffiti. Also, if there's any damage to the sign, promptly repairing the sign. So that's we're already covered by TxDOT with our permit on that, and also with our landowner, but that would be in our agreement with the city as well.
And then you mentioned that other cities have had a similar type, a gateway sign. What has been their experience, in your opinion?
Yeah, so the most recent one we did was in Kyle on I-35. I just did one in Colleyville up in Dallas, and then North Richland Hills. All three of them, Liberty Hill up north of Austin, has had a lot of success. They are using the free city spot weekly. I mean, we're getting ads from them, and especially 4th of July, big events coming up, parades, things of that nature. So they wanted a way to utilize advertising they didn't have in their budget, and there also weren't opportunities to advertise unless they went down the road 5 or 10 miles. And the whole point of a gateway sign is it being at the gateway, right? So we didn't want to, you guys wouldn't benefit as much from renting a billboard from Clear Channel and Balcony Sites. It's like, it's more about the location. So all the cities that we've worked with have been, had a really good experience. We've had a great rapport with them. We continue working with them as far as ad placement and things of that nature. They were all very similar, where it was not allowed in their code. A lot of cities don't allow new billboards, rightfully so. Nobody wants there to be a ton of new billboards. And back to your original question on Bandera Road, you guys originally permitted 2 signs. The second sign never got built and won't ever get built because there was kind of an oversight as far as there's a billboard in San Antonio that prevents, TxDOT has minimum spacing between signs. So really this would kind of fill the hole of the second sign that, you know, again, it would get you out on a second road as well to get that additional exposure. Because right now the one on Bandera Road is, you know, shorter and it's also,
short, yeah.
it's
It's
not
really at car level.
Sign
Yeah,
ordinance wanted a monument sign.
that's right. We wanted a monument instead of a big one. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So the only thing I will comment, again, I don't have, somebody asked me if I had issues with this sign. If you're gonna pick a variance, to give variance, this is the perfect kind of location, it's at 410. So if you're gonna give a variance, this would be the place to give the variance to. With that being said, I will caution you that development agreements do have end dates. And sometimes sign owners do sell their sign eventually, so not right away, but they do. And so your same agreements that you may have with this particular company may not be, because the one on Bandera, they're looking at possibly selling their sign. And so you don't have control over that sale. So that's the only thing I would caution you on, because I don't want y'all to come back and say, well, we didn't know this was gonna happen. So that's the only thing I will let you know, that at some point that development agreement has an ending to it. And so they do have the ability to sell that sign in the future, and the parameters of that could change. It still would not be our sign though, so they would still be responsible for maintenance and upkeep.
Yeah,
Yes, would you respond to that?
Yeah, that's been brought up before in other cities. And what we've done in development agreements is everything we agree on in the development agreement is just like a land lease with the landowner. It conveys to the new owner. So in the event I sold the sign 10 years from now and you guys, it was a new billboard owner, they would have to, the deal wouldn't change at all. The same parameters that were agreed upon stay in place, and those get honored. And one thing we've done in other cities that wanted that, we, before any kind of change in actual ownership, if we were to sell the asset, could require council approval. You don't have to get written approval from the city, you know, not to be unreasonably withheld. So we've done that in, gosh, I've done that in a couple different cities where the city attorney wanted that in there. So if you don't want that, no problem at all.
Okay, that sounds good.
And-
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
And there's,
Mr.
this is
Campos,
2
go ahead.
different actions. One is the approval of the variance solely tonight. Any development agreement comes at
That
another
comes
time,
later.
and it's not related to one another.
Correct, we would bring back a resolution to adopt the agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to that point, TxDOT's rules have changed to where used to, if you had an approved permit for a digital sign, like if we got this approved tonight, you can take it to TxDOT and they'd say, okay, now you can amend your permit to digital. They make us show in your ordinance that electronic signs are allowed, and right now your ordinance is not really outdated. It just hasn't been updated to show that, even though you do have other digital signs in town, electronic signs. TxDOT, to let us amend this, will have to show in the ordinance that you do allow electronic signs. So we could work on that as well, just an amendment to also, obviously not to allow multiple digital signs, but just for this one. But that would be in the development agreement as well. So we would not build the sign until the development agreement is signed and approved by council. And then, of course, we would pay our development fees. So once everything was totally done, then we'd be able to proceed with the sign. But that would have to get done first.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. We talked last week, and I'm okay with it. What concerns me is $100,000 that's going to be given to the city. What legality do we have
So
out there?
again, that's not part of this conversation at all, and to be honest with you, we'd have to seek a legal opinion. But my recommendation would be to turn down the $100,000 unless it's part of a discussion in the development agreement, but that's not a conversation for this evening.
All it is
Interesting.
is the variance.
Okay.
Correct, yes, that could be considered.
So we can address this at a later time.
You would discuss that as part of the development agreement conversation. Could be the topic of conversation, but that dollar amount shouldn't be brought up or factor into your decision this evening to give the variance.
Okay.
And my other concern was that other cities were concerned that you be advertising companies that can take away from the business from ours. But I just see there where you would give our businesses a discount to be able to advertise in your...
Exactly, yeah. So that's something we've done in other cities. That was a real needle mover with their economic development, is we give a preferred discounted rate to any Leon Valley-based business. So that's something that, again, would be in the development agreement. That would be a condition upon the development agreement, along with the other things listed in that box. That's something that we've had a lot of success with. So it's a way to promote the city and also help out, you know, a lot of these small businesses. I mean, if you get ad rates from these big multinational companies, it's cost prohibitive, you know. So we're much more affordable, our rates are, to begin with, and then also we give that preferred rate to Leon Valley-based businesses as well.
Okay.
Very good.
All right, that's all I have, Mary. Thank you so much for reaching out to me.
Really appreciate it. All right, anything else? All right, so what is the pleasure of the council on this agenda item? Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to accept as presented.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve the presentation of the Burkett sign at on the Valero and 410 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, and welcome to Leon Valley.
Thank y'all. I really
Okay.
appreciate it.
Mm-hmm, you bet. All right. So then we're going to go, huh?
Yeah, it's
Right
right
at-
at 6:30.
right
but
at
I'm gonna ask-
6:30.
I'm gonna ask that you take up
That's
the
right.
next agenda item and while we wait for, our attorney to get back.
Okay.
So we can take up one more item just to give him a few more minutes.
And then just a heads up before, are we still going to go into executive
but I need
session?
him here
Okay.
to go into
So I
executive session.
don't know if I had said that, but the manager is asking to, with the city attorney, to go into executive session for a legal opinion before we come back and take
Oh, here he is.
7-1 and 7-2. There he is.
Oh, there you
Okay.
go. So you can go into executive session now. Before we go into 1 and 2, I need to address some questions that came up that the attorney hasn't had time to address, but we
Okay.
can go into executive session.
All right. So please bear with us. We hopefully won't be too long. So let me, do I read? I'm not sure what section it is, but
You can use the one at the very end, Mayor.
can I read
that
the one at the
executive
very
session.
end? Okay. So at this time, pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Section 551.072, deliberations on real property, is it the same address, 6503 Samaritan Drive?
It's going to be,
It's a little bit different.
legal
yeah.
opinion for 7-1 and 7-2.
Okay, it's a legal opinion for 7-1 and 7-2. And so at this time, where is my phone with the time?
6:32.
6:32. We will move into executive session. Thank y'all.
Gotta break it up. Except for the different. Right. This one's good. Airy.
I can taste the salt.
Yeah, it's not as thick.
Don't you get it?
It's oaky. It's oaky peanut butter.
No
Your favorite.
way.
Oklahoma.
So when you were driving by Austin in the middle of the night, you stop at Texas Stadium and...
I pull my finger. I roll down my window. And I extended my hand. And I extended my finger.
Oh my goodness.
I gave him a salute there.
Oh my goodness.
In your honor.
You would have done that.
I got this from the home show.
You're taking a picture.
San Antonio home show. That's what I got. It was on the second one, because you're coming from Seneca, it's our
They're on that street where they go after the ship leaves, right? There was a lady that was at the town. Briscoe. You kind of got involved.
She's the one who wants to walk out. Relax. Yeah, I see her all the time walking around.
So that was a long meeting.
It's okay for a short time, scientific way, but they study people who've done it for 20 years.
This is like a regular.
Yeah, people that spend time doing stuff, they last 16 hours in the day. I want to get you. I mean, I feel pretty tough.
Exactly like the one over off of, like, my back, on the backside, drive over there, that's exactly what they are.
But we're first on the agenda, right?
Like 3 years ago. Were you at the one that included it?
traffic deal going?
It's all right.
You got any bites?
Yeah, had a couple interviews, but nothing firm yet. Still waiting to hear back. So.
That's kind of frustrating, isn't it?
No, because I need time. I'm still working on my property in New Braunfels. So it's been nice to have some time.
I know, right? That's just the kind of people we are at City Council. Ain't that right?
What? How are we?
Yes, thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to still.
You get a smaller piece.
Karate chop it. Oh, there you go. Do you have a name on it? Hudson's Crafty Kitchen. It's good, right?
All right. Thank you all very much for your patience. Really appreciate it. We're back into open session at 6:53 on Tuesday, March 19th, after receiving a legal opinion from our city attorney. So we will proceed then with regular agenda item 7.1. We do have a public hearing. Let me read it first, and then I'll ask Ms. Teague to present. But let me just say a few words about the public hearing. When we do open it up, we want to hear from you. That's really, really important to hear from you and how you feel about this zoning. This is on 7.1 and 7.2. But if you would please just raise your hand and come to the podium, state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes. Now, as per council guidelines, if you don't speak, you can't give your 3 minutes to somebody else, okay? We just don't do that in the council. So it's just 3 minutes for each person, okay? And you get to speak one time. So make it good, okay? And then just because there's a lot of you that want to speak, and we do need to hear from you, but we do have another full agenda. So yes, Mr. Bradshaw, what else
Mayor,
would you
just
like
to
to
be
say?
clear, one time, there's 2 public hearings, right?
Yes, but
So
one time on each one.
Right, that's
yes,
what I was wanting to
thank
clarify.
you. I appreciate that. Yes, one time on each one. That's right. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so let me read agenda item 7.1. Presentation, public hearing, and discussion of an ordinance request to rezone an approximately 27-acre tract of land from R1 Single Family to a planned development district with R6 Garden Home District, being Lot 1, Block 1, CB 4430C, Good Samaritan Lodge Nursing Home Incorporated Subdivision, Parcel 1, Abstract 399, CB 4429, and Parcel 11, Abstract 432, CB 4430, unplatted, located at 6518 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas. And this is the first read as required by the City Council. And what that means is that there will be no vote taken tonight. We have in our charter, you have to have 2 reads. So this is our first read. We're just going to listen and hear from you, and then we'll go from there. So, Ms. Teague, if you'll continue. Thank you.
Good evening. So the purpose is to conduct a public hearing on a request to rezone approximately 27 acres of land from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to a Planned Development District, a PDD, with an R6 Garden Home as the base zoning district, located at 6518 Samaritan Drive. So here's a little bit of the background. In 1971, this property was annexed. 1984 and 1985, there were 2 requests to rezone it. Both were denied. In 2007, the residents petitioned to amend the master plan to remove the R6 and recommend only R1, and it was approved. In 2010, another rezone request was denied. In 2011, the city manager proposed a tax increment financing district, and it was denied. So the applicant is also requesting one variance from the zoning code, and that is the lot width. from 45 feet to 40, but the lots will conform to our minimum requirements of the lot size, which is 4,500 square feet. Later on, the applicant will be requesting a variance from City Council for the tree preservation plan. To meet the ingress-egress distance of the fire code, the applicant is requesting that the city provide an emergency access only easement at 6513 Samaritan. The applicant is also requesting that any future deviations to the plan be internally approved as long as the plan doesn't deviate from, does not exceed 10%. The traffic impact analysis, so the internal streets are proposed to have a 50-foot right-of-way, which meets our code. The Grass Hill, Samaritan, Aids, and William Rancher do not. The TIA indicates development will increase additional 116 peak hours for morning and 156 for the evening along Seneca and Grass Hill. Both Seneca and Grass Hill roadways are capable of supporting this traffic increase. So this is your table. So we're going the weekday AM peak for 166 proposed lots is 116. For weekday PM, 156. So right now the property is currently zoned R1, and if developed, it would have approximately 104 lots, which is allowed by our code. But to go to 166, that would increase 62 lots. Resulting in 0.5 vehicles per minute on both roadways. So this is again more of the traffic impact analysis. So the bottom there, here, you'll see the difference between 104 and 106. To enter would be on Seneca Drive would be 8, exiting 24. For PM, enter 28, exit 16. And Grass Hill, you'll see 3, 8, 9, and 5. So right now, the master plan recommends an R1 for this area, but our code states that the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council can initiate proceedings to consider a zone change for this or on any property. The applicant states that the majority of this property is majority of the surrounding properties is R6. So 112 letters were sent out by city staff. We got 2 opposed, 1 was dropped off, 1 was sent in an email, 9 came back undeliverable. At one of our planning and zoning public hearings, a petition was brought forth. There was 46 signatures on it.
Opposed or?
Opposed, I'm
favor?
sorry,
Okay,
opposed, yes.
Thank you. All right.
So here's an aerial view of the property. It is partially platted. You see this part here and this larger part. Another site map, location map. So all fees associated with the rezone request have been paid, and development of the single-family subdivision will increase ad valorem taxes, sales tax in this city. At the March 12th Planning and Zoning meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of this zone request. Any questions for myself, the applicant, or we have the Planning and Zoning Chair here also?
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. So would my colleagues like to go ahead and open up the the public hearing, or do you want to hear from the applicant first? Mr. Shahadi?
I'm going to hear from him first.
Okay, Mr. Shahadi, if you'll come first. And thank you and welcome. Good to see you. We just got something from you, so do you want to is this who you dropped off the notifications to? Is that what I'm seeing there?
Yes, so
Okay.
Effectively just a few things we wanted to
Okay,
go
thank you.
over. First of all, thank you very much for listening to us today. And we had an opportunity to listen very, very intently to our neighbors. I just wanted to start by saying that listening to neighbors was a very, very high priority for us. So much so that we went against what most developers would do, which is to ask for an extra public hearing. So we asked for an extra public hearing starting in the first Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, which is normally, it happens on the 2nd. And then there was concerns regarding, the notification not expanding to the folks that are honestly most affected, the folks in the Seneca Estate area. So what we did is we, in normal circumstances, the developer will have to create the notification list and submit it to the Planning and Zoning Department. So we reached out to the Planning and Zoning Department, and they said we cannot expand it because the code forbids us from doing so, unless council approves it. We said, well, we can't wait for council approval 2 weeks out. So we went ahead and actually created our own mailing list, which we would have done anyways, and sent it into the city. We ended up hand delivering labeled invitations for both meetings, for the first hearing, well, the second hearing for planning and zoning, and for this hearing, so that we can make sure that all the neighbors that are affected are here. So I just wanted to make sure that's the case. The history of this, I honestly don't have much to add. If we believe that area ought to be developed. We believe it's a great area and has a great potential. We have proposed a master plan for all of this that could potentially provide a lot of flexibility in terms of moving things around, creating buffers, and but I'm not going to expand into that. Some of it will be, you guys will be discussing tonight. So as far as we're concerned, we want to listen, we want to be flexible, but a lot of the questions that came up, honestly, are beyond, we're not credible enough to answer those. And my hope is that maybe staff can stand up and answer some of those questions. Happy to answer any of your questions if you have any for me.
Okay, yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So in regards to the notice to the
Yeah.
neighbors that you sent out, was that all of Grass Valley neighborhood, or which areas?
That is
send this
the
out to?
whole Seneca West area. So Mary Jameson, Pickering, and all the R6 that's there, all the R1 that's there, on Grass Hill all the way to the top, everything from Williams Rancher all the way to Bandera.
Thank you.
And I believe there was a couple people that for some reason did not receive it in their mailbox, but otherwise, like I personally hand delivered quite a few of them. Some people may have seen me.
So
do
you
that.
put it in their mailbox?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Well, I mean, that's how the mail is delivered, right?
I'm sorry?
That's how the mail is delivered normally, no?
Okay, well,
Sorry.
that's a whole nother issue.
Okay,
You're only supposed to put stuff in the mail that's postmarked. You can't put mail in.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
I
mean,
apologize.
that's my understanding.
Yeah,
That's
I
my understanding.
I apologize for that. I honestly didn't know the nuances.
Chief.
And if I,
Chief.
mea culpa.
Yeah. But I saw some head shaking. So who in the chambers did not get notification? And they live within the area that you're speaking of, so that's concerning. Did you do AIDS too? Did you do AIDS as well?
We did AIDS.
Okay,
And
well,
we
I
did-
see somebody that lives on AIDS that didn't get notification, so that's a concern.
We
So
chatted
we can
about this.
address it, though.
Yes.
We can address it after
Yes,
we
absolutely.
hear. But
Yeah.
I know what I'd like to ask for, and I will do that at the end of the public hearing. So, all right, anything else from my council colleagues? Okay, so then let's go ahead, and if you have nothing else to say, Mr. Shahadi, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing at 7:05. And again, if you came in late, I had asked if you would please come to the podium and just state your name and generally where you live. You don't have to give your specific address like Seneca West. And then you have up to 3 minutes to speak, and we have a little timer right there so you can see how you're doing. Okay? So, who would like to go first? Okay. Hi, Mr. Alcocer. How are you? Good evening and welcome.
This is her dear wife, Monica.
Okay.
Has eye surgery, and so she's not able to come.
Okay.
I'll read her note.
Okay.
We would appreciate your consideration of the following reasons for not granting the requested zone change. We would rather to encourage the area to be developed R1 as successfully petitioned by the residents in the past. To our knowledge, in spite
Okay,
of the zoning
excuse
regulations.
me. Mr. Alcocer, could you please speak into your microphone? They can't hear in the outside the chambers. Thank you so much. And I'll add a little bit more time to yours. Okay, go ahead.
To our knowledge, in spite of the zoning regulations, the area has never been promoted or brokered for R1 homes, even though R1 homes in the neighborhood sell almost immediately. When one is put up for sale, it doesn't last more than a week or two and it's gone. So there is a need for R1 homes.
Okay.
The picture of the property in question shows clearly that 75% of the surrounding property is not R6 housing. A small part of the ridge and Crystal Hills of San Antonio is adjacent to the back part of the property, and to which there is virtually no vehicle access, so it is disingenuous to consider it compatible. To the right is a 9 and 10 acre property that has an R1 home. To the left is a small ridge park, and the front connects to the neighborhood proper, which has approximately 90% R1 homes. The other 10% has R16 homes, which were the only size that fit on the properties. The two cul-de-sacs on the right side of Grass Hill from William Rancher to Bandera Road. The residents to all 166 proposed houses likely have 2 working parents, a teen or 2, and a grandparent or 2, and our sibling, all likely to have vehicles. And there is only one exit on Grass Hill. So this means 400 or so more cars would be up and down Grass Hill at peak hours twice a day. In all probability, by the time the proposed development is completed, the Bandera Road project will be kicking in, and then everybody's going to be turning right. So that's not going to help. Completely removing over 1,200 large and medium healthy trees and likely an equal number of small trees, which apparently don't need to be counted, and replacing them with very small trees, smaller than most of the small trees they want to remove, that will take 10 to 15 years to grow. Why not save at least the cedar elms, the pecans, the mesquite, and even the crepe myrtles, which have been there for 20 to 30 years? Contrary to the interpretation of the 1985 photo, the area outside the nursing home was grassland. And we helped mow and plow a garden for the people in the nursing home. Besides that and that,
Okay.
that's basically it.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
How much
Alcocer.
time do I have
Well,
left?
I'll give you just a few more, maybe 15, 20 seconds, because I did
Concern is
interrupt.
the fire.
The fire?
Fire department.
Oh, the
If
fire
we have smoke, if we have an emergency, there's no way the fire truck can get in there.
Okay.
Other people are going to be exiting. If one vehicle hits AIDS, how will the fire truck get in?
Okay.
There's no way.
All right, thank you
So
for
that's a
those
big
comments.
danger.
Do appreciate it. All righty,
you.
thank you so much. Take care. Okay, who else would like to speak this evening? And, yes. Good evening and welcome. How are you this evening? Good. And if you'll state your name and where you live. I know you live on Seneca.
My name is Charles Matthews. I
Oh.
live on Seneca Drive. We were just at a meeting last week at the Planning and Zoning, and yet again, it was denied. This is number 9. I request that it stay at R1.
Okay.
There is no way under the proposed plan fire emergency can get in a timely manner. That there is absolutely no way, and I'm strongly not in favor of sharing any taxpayer-owned land with a private developer to give him his emergency ingress or egress for a development. That is just not the way it should be done.
Okay.
We do not need the extra traffic. Bandera Road, since I've lived here, all that's been talked about is traffic, 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 and we continue to pile more and more cars on Bandera Road. We have to come to our senses and say, when is enough enough? And the citizens have the say. The citizens are heard, and the citizens' desire is respected. We must do this. We cannot have R6 back here.
Okay.
R1, we're good to go.
Okay.
Thank
you
you.
so much, Mr. Matthews, for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Burrs. Good evening and welcome.
I'm Beth Mersch. I live in Seneca Estates. I understand that every landowner has a right to sell, but I don't think there should be any expectation of a zoning change to go along with that sale. And I agree that historically the citizens have spoken loud and clear that they do not want R6 homes in this area. They want R1. I think it's just unreasonable and illogical to build high-density housing behind low-density. I'm particularly concerned about the traffic on Seneca and Grass Hill. So what bothers me is that Grass Hill has homes facing Grass Hill, and once that becomes a major thoroughfare out of this new subdivision, they won't even be able to get out of their driveways. I think that I agree that R1 should be the only consideration for future development. I also want to state that the 10-foot easement between the house, a 5-foot easement, so 10 feet between each housing, is unreasonable and inadequate in the planned R6 community. That leaves inadequate frontage on the streets for parking, and I definitely agree with the previous speakers who said the idea that everybody has two cars is unreasonable. It's more realistic to think 3, 4, and more. I think we're definitely going to have increased traffic, especially when the Bandera corridor construction is underway and completed. I agree with the concerns of the citizens about the damage to the wildlife that lives in those areas and to the loss of those mature trees. And I agree that even 2 small trees is not going to make up for anything that's going to be cut down in the length of time. It's going to definitely impact the ability of the Seneca West residents to exit their streets onto Seneca or Grass Hill, and it's going to cause more through traffic through Seneca West to get to Seneca to exit on that light. And I also want to voice my concerns that I don't think that there should be any movement to sell the Leon Valley property, and I agree with the previous speaker that to give easement rights for an emergency exit is not correct. And I also want to say something separate and different, but I definitely want to voice that I feel it's a conflict of interest for a council person's staff to serve on a committee that makes any recommendations to city council. That to me is a very clear conflict of interest, and that practice should be ended immediately. Thank you.
Did you mean staff or?
Not
that
staff,
council member
but
staff means council member?
A council member's spouse that is on a committee that submits recommendations to that same city council to approve or disapprove.
I see. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Ms. Marsh. Do appreciate it. All right. Next, good evening and welcome.
How are you?
Just fine. Good to see you.
I'm Linda Barker, and I live on Grass Hill. And I would like to request that you keep it at R1 homes and nothing smaller. And let me have a question first before my time, okay? Wasn't the lots RE1?
That's the city property.
The city property.
Yeah, this is a private property.
I
This is the
understand
Dooley
that.
property.
Okay, but I was confused because when I looked at the other one at the community center, it was all presented as R1 also. So, okay, that's all the question I wanted. Okay,
and I'll give you a few more minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The small homes are built that cannot be sold. Will they be, okay, if the small homes that are built can't be sold, are they going to be turned into rental properties for the developer? That was my other question.
Okay.
I've lived on Grass Hill for 30 years. My family moved into Leon Valley in 1964. I even lived in the Forest Oaks apartments when I first got married. So I am asking the council to vote no on rezoning the R6, keep it zoned R1. At the last zoning meeting, I felt that the person applying for the rezoning was disingenuous or misleading because he's in talks about purchasing the other area and putting more homes there. So let's look at the number of units. He's talking about 166 in that right there. He's talking about 278 in the other unit. So we're looking at 440 something units. Okay, add that 2 cars per each unit plus, because not everybody has 2 cars, they have 3 and 4. I know for a fact my neighbors. Okay, so then you're looking at coming out of our streets, Grass Hill and Seneca, 800 to 1,000 cars at any time of the day, all the time, right? And when Bandera Road does their R-cut thing, that's a nightmare. Everybody's got to go right. Okay? Then you got to come around and you got to fight the lane that ends, and then you got to fight the ramp that's coming on. So you're looking at all this traffic, okay? It is not sustainable. It's not environmentally friendly. It's not any of those things. And as far as your master plan talking about safety of the neighborhoods and environment, it doesn't fit any of those because it's not safe. I have all these notes and I get all worked up because it's so important.
I know
it is so important. Then I was talking about, I went on a website and I found that R6 house sizes are a minimum of 50 feet wide. That's what I saw on a website called E-Law, I think it's called. So if he's wanting to put it at from 45 to 40, that means he's going to slam in more houses that are smaller than the 50-foot width that says minimum 50-foot width per R6 homes. Okay? Then I was talking about the Seneca residents have been fighting to keep this integrity and sustainable use of the land in this area in Leon Valley for years. R6 zoning would exponentially impact and damage Seneca West, Leon Valley with congestion, traffic, possible crime. R1 gives us less density, less impact for city and residents, and less land impact for environmental and resources like water.
Okay.
Okay.
And that will go ahead, and I did give you a little bit more time since
Thank
you
you
had
so
asked
much.
a question. So thank
Yeah,
you,
I
Ms.
wanted some
Barker. Good to see you.
clarification. Thank you
All
so much.
righty.
It's good
Take
to
care.
see you.
You bet. All right. Who's next? Okay. Everybody's quiet here. Oh, hi, Mr. Diaz. How are you?
Abraham Diaz,
Yes, sir.
6014 Kinman Drive. And I'm glad that my neighbors are talking about their voice because I like to keep these. These are political things that you guys sent to my house about voting. And here's one from Mr. Benny Martinez. Let's continue moving forward. Now, he's got a pool on here. I guess the pool is more important. But on here it says, your voice, your future. So it's my voice, okay? Then you have one here from Mr. Ray Roscoe. I don't say too much, but it says, I'm running for city council because I'm not going to be part of the problem. This is a problem, sir, okay? Don't be a part of it, I'm asking you. I'm going to be part of the solution. And then we have one here from the mayor asking for people to vote for Josh Stevens and Ray Roscoe. This team is independence will make your voice strong. Then it says here from concerned citizens of Leon Valley, I don't know who this is, but they're asking for Ray Orozco and Josh Stevens. It says, return leaders who listen to citizens. Restore government for the people. Return of truth and transparency. I don't know what transparency y'all talking about because the 112 letters that were sent out weren't sent out to none of us, okay? And they were all gone to the city
Point
of
of
San Antonio.
information, Mayor.
Excuse me.
When
Yes.
you say when they weren't sent out to any of them, that's.
Well, it's citizens
I
to be
think
heard.
I think only 4 people raised their hands that they didn't get
It's
the letter.
citizens to be heard.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
let him finish.
I'm just
So,
saying statements.
112 letters were sent out by the city of Leon Valley to the surrounding area, not to us. The surrounding area is the city of San Antonio. And I think I think there's some people here from San Antonio here. Thank you for being here with us. But we didn't get a chance to check a box to say yes or no. Okay? So where's our voice when we get the chance to check a box? We didn't get a chance to check a box. So we are here again for the 9th time to say, to keep it as an R1. We're not opposed to development. We're not. We understand that we need to have development to do this ad valorem tax and gain tax. And even though houses aren't taxed all the same, you know, they're not all taxed the same. But what's important is the quality of life that we have there, you know. Miss Kathy Hill wrote a beautiful letter to the zoning. about
I read it.
all these R6s that are going up. Why don't you look at those first and see how they're going to impact the city, how they're going to, and then come around here. And if you're so adamant about building in every empty space here, why don't you start across the street? You can easily take that out of the flood zone. He'll build whatever he wants there. I guarantee you that. Why don't you all start across the street before you start on my end? Okay? It's important that the quality of life of our citizens be respected. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Diaz. Do appreciate those comments this evening. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Mata and then Ms. Hill.
Yeah, I'm on
Evening,
planning.
welcome.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. I'm on planning and zoning, and I wasn't at the meeting last week. So, the interesting thing is, I understand. We get passionate about things that affect our neighborhoods, but remember, this is a bit of an echo chamber right now. This group does not represent all of Leon Valley. Leon Valley is close to 12,000 people. There are neighborhoods all over this community. And of course, we all want what we want, and I understand that. If I was in your situation, I'd probably be arguing for it as well. But I just want to correct this concept or this notion that it's the council that's building or developing this. It's not the council that's doing that. That's not their role. As much as you guys want to portray that as being the case, it's not. And, again, that's what these meetings are for. We're all able to come up here and voice our thoughts, right? So the idea that somehow people are being denied their voice is ridiculous. Transparency, that's what this process is. It's transparent. No matter what y'all decide, you're gonna deal with backlash from people that don't like it either way. Again, I think it's a large enough community where you guys need to look at the interest of the community as a whole, not just a particular neighborhood that's being affected by it. That I hate to say, some people tend to think that they're more special than other neighborhoods, and we've seen that at different points. I also wonder about a former council member who lives in that area and seemed to be on council at the time that there were certain things set in motion that led to the situation that the city ended up having to buy that property. I have real questions about how that went down and the situation where the city found itself having to purchase that property. And I wonder if a lot of that was not engineered and planned in some way or another. I tend to have my concerns about that. But again, I just want you to remember San Antonio or Leon Valley is not just 30, 40 people, okay? There are other neighborhoods that are affected by this as well. And we've all had to deal with it in different ways. That's life. Communities grow, they develop, they progress. People decide if that's for them or not, whether they're going to move or not. And it happens all the time. Again, I'm sure back in the 1960s when a lot of this area that was farmland and ranches was being developed, people didn't like it at the time either. But it's life. And the idea that somehow council or planning and zoning is the ones deciding whether or not to develop this land is ridiculous. That's really not what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Do appreciate it. Kathy Hill, you're next. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kathy Hill. I live at 6326 Mary Jameson. I'm a little bit floored by what Mr. Mata just had to say. I know that he's friends with you and he maybe feels like he needs to come up and give a voice on record of being the citizen who's for the development of this land. And that somehow someone who lives in our neighborhood was unduly influencing the previous decisions about development of this land. It's ludicrous and it's insulting, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I welcome a plan for an R1 development. The gentleman
Excuse me, thank you, but no.
The gentleman purchased R1 land. I would love to see that plan. We haven't yet seen it. We need to slow down the speed at which we are rushing to dense development in Leon Valley. We don't know how it's going to impact our community. I can tell you that there was a fire on Pickering just this week. There were 3 fire trucks on a street that is zoned R6. Nobody could get around those trucks. It was all very tightly, controlled. And so I'm looking at this plan for this dense development and thinking, if there's a fire, what is going to happen? Are the trucks going to be able to get in there? And people trying to leave? I mean, what is going to happen? We need to slow down and take a look at what's happening with the other new dense developments and go forward, with lessons learned. The real estate or the traffic study only looks at traffic going out of our neighborhood. It does not consider traffic traveling west on Seneca. So we are stuck many times waiting for many traffic signals to just be able to get out of our neighborhood as it is right now. The traffic study does not include traffic coming from the other side of Bandera Road towards us. And I would say that the real estate market is changing. We just saw some great news about how people are going to be able to save a lot of money in purchasing properties. So I think the argument that R6 is the only thing that will sell is not true. It simply doesn't hold water. And, speaking of water, what about water? Are we planning for the increased need on our existing infrastructure? I don't think that we are. I encourage you to vote no. I encourage you to support R1 development. I would love to see that plan. My neighbors and I are waiting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Do appreciate it. All right. Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome. If you'll please state your name and where you reside. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Travis Leach. I reside in the Seneca West neighborhood. I wanted to speak on my opposition to the rezoning to R6 within this planned development, and I wanted to connect to just outside of our neighborhood. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm used to bending over for it to see. Yes. To not only our neighborhood, but the broader Leon Valley kind of affected area. Wanted to connect to the 2 things. First, the Bandera Road Corridor Plan. Within the Bandera Road Corridor Plan, one main element of the plan includes easing congestion on Bandera Road. And according to the traffic analysis done within this report, it states, and I quote, "Volumes are highest where the 410 flyover meets the surface streets." So the Seneca Light, which is one of the exits and entry points into this planned subdivision, is the exact place where traffic volumes are the highest across Bandera Road. That was, I believe, from 410 to 1604. Another piece that I just want to highlight is the Leon Valley Community Vision or Master Plan. As far as what I read in this space, specific to this corridor of Bandera Road, that traffic calming measures must also be considered. Based on community feedback that I have found within this report, that was gathered through community workshops across multiple years, traffic calming measures was the overwhelming issue to address by the citizens in regards to Bandera Road. So for these reasons, I know that where that neighborhood stands, walkability is, to get to anywhere, that neighborhood is going to be heavily car dependent. So for these reasons, I would like for you to oppose the rezoning of this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Leach. All right. Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, Sharon. Good to see you.
Still a little tall.
Hi. How are you? Yep. Got to put it down now.
Thank you. Good.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Sharon Hendricks. My husband and I live on 8th Street. We've been there for 43 years, and we are opposed to the R6. We bought, and I will say, I thank everybody that did come to zoning and planning, and I hope that those did not I hope they listened to it and saw, because there were just so many reasons that everybody brought up. But anyway, we bought our home, like many of the residents of Seneca West, because it is quiet and it has this beautiful country feel to it. It had trees, wildlife, nature, and it had a dead-end subdivision, meaning less traffic. We weren't going to connect to anything. And so not much has changed until the city of Leon Valley had a lawsuit that was brought against it with some of its residents also named. And we were all involved in it, and the city acquired a number of acres of property in the settlement. And then last year, the drainage ditch was constructed. So that's the two changes to that property, basically in 43 years. So now we have a developer that has purchased the property, knowing our history of wanting to keep it as R1, and but still wants to try and rezone it to R6. And then this rezoning issue was taken to town hall, and the whole city is available. It's available to vote on from your home at the meeting. And still, when they asked, what do we want? And they presented several different scenarios of R6, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger, like we're saying, more and more homes. The citizens of the entire city of Leon Valley that voted said they wanted to keep it as is. And so, you know, with this development, we have the potential with even more developments to have our neighborhood quadrupled or tripled in the number of homes. Another issue that was brought up was that the city was going to get a $350,000 profit per year by building this subdivision. But there's a $4.5 million infrastructure that has to be built, and they were unsure who was going to pay what portion of it, or was the city going to be paying it all? And if it's the city, then that's going to take a lot of years of taxable income, I guess it is, to finally come out even. So I was kind of concerned about that. That was brought up at some of the zoning meetings. And I feel that we just need to wait and see, as other folks have said, and see what happens with the other two projects that are happening right now, so that we can learn and figure out what worked and what failed, so that what failed to meet the expectations of those two subdivisions. And we need to do that before we develop Seneca West, which is one of the last vacant areas of Leon Valley.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comments this evening. All right. Next, hi, Lupe, how are you? Just fine, thank you. Ms. Diaz.
For having me. Guadalupe Diaz. I'm a resident on Kinman, and I just have so many concerns regarding this rezoning proposal. My request is that that our council president respect the voices of the citizens, as you have promised when you are running for re-election. You're promising to respect and value our voices, our community. I understand that there's other members from other communities, but they don't live in our community. So therefore, they don't have the 400, or will have the 400 additional cars that are passing through the fronts of his or her house, because they are not living there. So I respectfully ask that other members, as passionate as they are, respect our community, as we are coming in a very respectful way, saying, we've said it 9 times, we don't want R6s in the Seneca community that is there. We are okay to the R1s. I am concerned about the 300 plus number of cars on Grass Hill and Seneca. I'm concerned about the tree removal that is getting ready to happen, or will happen if that goes through. The property that is on the corner of Seneca and Evers, it is naked dirt. What happened to the tree ordinance, and what happened to the trees, and what happened to the developer that was supposed to keep the tree ordinance, and it's naked. It is a shame that that property looks the way it is. And I don't want to hear that it's going to be developed and planted, and we're going to plant seeds and plant the trees later, because the trees were already there. And I think that is just a disgrace to the property there. This is an R1 property, and the developer has known this, and everybody knows that it is an R1 property. So when you want to purchase it, you know that it's coming to be an R1 property. I am concerned about the fire emergency. It's a concern due to the space. These things have been brought up earlier by my neighbors that have been sharing with you. I am concerned about the inadequate parking, that this proposed new subdivision is going to create for our community. I'm also concerned about the safety and the crime that could potentially happen to our now community that has been enlarged, and are we ready and prepared with infrastructure, with more police, with more fire to respond to that? I am concerned about the lack of focus, and we continue to come to talk about the R1 zoning. Instead, we really should be having developers think through how do we fill empty businesses in our corridor of Bandera, that we have so many empty businesses there. Let's fill those up, and let's bring people in that are going to produce tax dollar and tax base that way, instead of being so concerned about turning the R1 into an R6. I appreciate my neighbors from other communities, but I would respectfully say you don't have to deal with the increase in all the concerns that our neighbors have. So thank you for your feedback, but it's not received. And I would also say that City Council does have the power to say yes or no.
Okay, thank you so much.
So
I
thank
do
you.
appreciate, Macias. Your time is up. Yes, Ms. Fernandez? Good evening and welcome.
Okay.
Oh, she knows how to do it.
I've been watching.
Okay.
Okay, so I would like to do 4 things tonight. I'd like to give you thanks for the work you do, and I am so curious to know what you all are thinking about this project. We've heard from the citizens, we've heard from the builders, and the citizens in Seneca, the citizens around Seneca, the citizens in San Antonio. So I am so interested in knowing how you all, as council members, view this situation. And I'm not going to hear it tonight, but I want you to know that I'm interested. I also want to tell you that we, just as the young man that came from San Antonio the other night had some signatures from San Antonio area saying that these were people that were willing to say that they did not want to have these houses built there. We collected in Seneca West 46 signatures, and we have an expectation that we could get much more signatures than that. So I'll be turning this into all today.
Okay.
And so this is what I'd like to say about the development. We are not, as the Seneca people, I don't want you to just view us as emotional about this. I mean, yes, we are emotional about this, but there are facts behind our reasons. When you look at the stakeholders, we have the citizens at the southwestern area, the northeastern area, and the Bandera Road users. We have a family that wants to sell. We have a developer that wants to build 166 houses or more. And then we have the city of Leon Valley that's maybe, I don't know, maybe you're thinking, oh, we could use the tax dollars. So those are the stakeholders. And the first group of the builder wants to say, no, I would like to say that other areas of Leon Valley that have 2 exits are 83 homes, 126 homes, and 197 homes. And like one of our friends said, we would be doubling or tripling the homes. That's not safe. I don't need an engineer to tell me that that's not safe. I don't need an engineer to tell me that's a pothole. I know it's a pothole. I don't need experts to tell me that. And the vehicles per minute are going to be increased considerably. I'm running out of time. I have a PowerPoint, and I will definitely send it to each one of you.
Thank you.
Because my point is that it's not about the emotions. You can track the data, and there are solid reasons for us not to do this.
Okay.
If there's anything else that I want to point out.
Thank you for that, and we will go ahead and accept your PowerPoint as part of the record. Okay.
I'll send it to you all electronically.
Okay.
And
Very
who do
good.
I give the signatures to?
Okay. Dr. Caldera. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Fernandez. All right. Okay. Yes. Minnie, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. And if you'll state your name and where you live, just generally. And you need to speak into the microphone. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
On all of these homes, they're talking about the connecting roads. AIDS is a one-lane road, and there is no room to widen it. And from Grass Hill, from Samaritan to William Rancher, again, with the drainage, it is a one-lane road. So to say that Seneca is completely wide enough, it's not true. The connecting roads are narrow. So to get to Bandera from those homes in the back, it's not feasible because they're going to be in a one-lane road to get out. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much, Minnie.
Are y'all cold? Okay.
I'm not.
Sorry, I was gonna go change it.
Are you hot? Oh, we got people that are hot too, so, okay. Yes, sir, come on up.
Freeze you out.
Yes, good evening. Dr. Tusso on Seneca. Yes.
Thank you so much. You remember me.
I do.
Very sweet of you. So I have been living here. I said it last time also. I have been living here for more than 21 years, and this is the 5th time I'm coming here to vote against this. So this is totally. I think it's come the 9th time. So I think the voice of the citizens is very clear. That what they want. They want it to retain as R1. And you have been the mayor of this place ever since I came here. So that means more than 21 years. So you have presided, I think, on all the requests for rezoning. And always it has been turned down, and you know the history. And you have always been, very, very respectful to what our voices are. So my request to all of you is that since it does impact us adversely, so if therefore I would request all of you, you have been always kind to listen to the voice of the citizens here. Please do listen this time also and put an end to this rezoning once for all and retain it as R1. Because anybody who buys a property R1 knows what he is going in for. Now the person comes and says, okay, do it R6, and it has happened multiple times. So therefore we should put an end to this trend. It wastes everybody's time. Secondly is what I would like to say that there are a lot of costs that if you allow R6, so cost of infrastructure, developing that infrastructure is quite massive. You will have to provide more water, so you'll have to put in, get in more water tanks. Then the other is that once more water is there, and then you need to push the water to the last house. So there is going to be the cost of supplying that water is going to be high, and at the same time pressures will go up. That's engineering. And all our pipes, which are 30 years, 40 years old, they are susceptible to any bursts. Then crime is going to go up this side. The policing, cost of policing will go up. So 800 cars roughly. You have just half an hour in the morning, half an hour to 45 minutes around which the office timings are. So within 30 minutes, if 800 cars move, which is roughly, I would say about 25 cars a minute going. So that means you can't even cross the road. So it's going to be very, very massive. The impact is very adverse. So I would request all of you to please turn it down once for all. Keep it as R1 because that's what the master plan says.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Do appreciate your comments this evening. All right. All right. Anyone else? Back in the foyer, anyone in the, okay. Please come forward. And if you'll state your name and just generally where you reside, please. Thank you.
My name is Mark Ferris. I live at 6406 Royalty Point. Mayor, could I ask that we pull up a section of the Code of Ordinances?
Sure. I think, are we, is that available, Dr. Caldera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I already got it. I figured
There we go.
I saw you coming, sir.
Okay. I know you, no, but I got the copy, so I heard you at the planning and zoning meeting.
Oh, you did?
I looked at the whole thing. Yep.
Well, then did everybody else? I know you were there, Mr. Campos.
And Mr. Martinez was there, and Mr. Reyes, Orozco, and Mr. Bradshaw and I, we both watched it. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Speak on your points. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So the Code of Ordinances lays out this section here. Can we, Dr. Caldera, can we go down to G, please? Yes, I'm sorry.
G, okay.
Can y'all read it okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Criteria for approval of PD districts. No PD district shall be established which does not meet all the following criteria. And it lays out 7 criteria there. Criteria number 1, you have to reference back to section 15.02.327 B, which I'm not going to go through now. Reasonable people could disagree whether one is met or not met. The second paragraph, the proposed PD district furthers the policies of the city's adopted comprehensive plan as amended and other formally adopted city planning documents. The only document I'm aware of is the master plan, and that has this area being R1.
Mm-hmm.
The proposed PD district demonstrates a more superior development that could be achieved through standard zoning and classifications. I agree that some people purchase R6 homes because of cost, but if cost was set aside, I think everybody would agree that R1 is a more superior development. The proposed PD district demonstrates the resolution of compatibility issues with surrounding developments. It doesn't demonstrate a resolution to any problem that exists at the time that I'm aware of, but y'all will be the judge of that, of course. The proposed uses and configurations of usage depicted in the PG product plan are compatible with existing and planned adjoining uses. Not at this time. I don't think the city property has existing and planned adjoining uses. And the proposed PD district demonstrates consistency with adopted public facilities plans, including, I'm out of time.
Go ahead and finish 6 and 7. I'll give you that time.
Wastewater, transportation, drainage, and other public facilities. You are going to have to judge if the streets will support the load, if the water. Mm-hmm. I don't have access to the information. And then number 7, the proposed PD district, if a mixed-use or traditional neighborhood project, demonstrates the provision of open space and recreational amenities within the development. You're going to have, it's y'all's decision if Mr. Shahade has laid that out. If I'm not mistaken, he's actually asking for a waiver for that very thing.
Okay.
So I'm asking that y'all deny this request.
All right.
And thank you so much.
Mr. Ferris, thank you so much for your comments this evening. Do appreciate it. Okay, I thought I saw someone else. Yes, Mr. Benavides, good evening and welcome.
Right. My name is Thomas Benavides. I live at 5914 Seneca Drive. So everybody's kind of said a lot of the stuff about the traffic, and the town hall meeting where citizens from all over Leon Valley kind of didn't want this this type of zoning. But I'd like to talk. I'm on the park commission, and I want to look at it from the tree canopy. We lost 1,200 trees here with the LC-17 project. We couldn't do anything about it because it's a flood. It's going to help the citizens. We lost 54 homes that were removed. The 2 projects over here, we lost 600 trees between the 2. The apartment complex up here on Grissom and Timber Hill, we lost almost 500 trees. So when you look at high-density housing, you're not going to replace the canopy. Even as poor, the canopy is probably not as great as it would be if it's in the R1. But the canopy, we're going to have to change our city ordinance because the type of trees that you would put with the houses so close together, you're going to crack their foundations and their water pipes. Not right now, but you look about 10, 15 years down the road, we're going to have issues, foundation issues with a lot of people. I brought this up before on the other developments, but if you just kind of sandwich them in, yeah, you could. If you put more trees, well, you can't put a large tree like an oak, a live oak, or a cedar elm, or forget an Arizona ash. They'll tear up everything. But a lot of the trees that we give at Arbor Day and Earthwise Living, you wouldn't want to put those trees in that kind of development. And we're not, if it was a blended type of zone, we had R1s and R6s or a combination of that, you would have more of a canopy. So we're trying to reach our goal of planting 10,000 trees by 2025 now, and there'll probably be another goal to continue to go on and plant more trees. Just like we're trying to get the park fixed up, we've lost a lot of trees because of the drought and of course that cold weather, the cold spell. A lot of the red oaks are starting to die right now. So I just want to mention the council, please consider the tree canopy we're trying to preserve. I'm not saying don't develop. I'm not saying that. I know the folks on both sides. I've talked to a lot of people across the way on Bandera Road and on Seneca Drive over here in that neighborhood. They want development, but they want it, at least a balanced development, not just put too many where you can't reach your other goals like the tree canopy. Like I say, we've lost a lot of our tree canopy, and we'll never ever replace what we lost here on El Verde Road. So with that, I want to
thank you, Mr. Benavides, for your comments. Do appreciate it this evening. All right. Yes. Good evening and welcome, Ms. Mosier. Good to see you again.
Hi, I'm Teresa Mosier from Canterfield, one of the other neighborhoods. It does impact us all. That's why I come to these meetings. And I'm a property rights person. They should have the right to sell their property, but it's zoned a certain way. I have to say, this is the most unorganized looking piece of property I've ever seen. And honestly, what y'all need to do, or what someone needs to do, is go back and look at this in a more comprehensive manner. Step back. There needs to be other entrances and exits away from the Bandera Road corridor. I don't know if they need to buy some other property back there or what. And infrastructure. We have an old water system. Leon Valley can't handle the Leon Valley water system. You put 166, you put another 100. How's it gonna? It can't be maintained. It's just not gonna happen. I do live in one of the high traffic areas. I swear to God, Mario Andretti's on my road every day. I'm after that little car. But I feel, and I would love to live on a dead-end street. That's not realistic. It's going to be developed, but it needs to be developed smartly.
Okay, very good. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. Anyone else? Oh, good. We've got somebody from the foyer. Good evening and welcome. I'm glad that you come forward, and please state your name and where you reside, generally.
Yeah, I'm Cynthia Hernandez. I am in the Seneca West neighborhood. I guess I just want it in the official document that I am also against the zoning change from R1 to R6, and then the additional request that was made at the recent zoning meeting. That's just my feedback.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amandine Grenier. I live at the
sorry?
very end of 8th.
I'm sorry, Dr.
Amandine Grenier. Yeah, Amandine Grenier.
Okay, and will you spell it for us, please?
My last name?
Your last name, please.
Grenier.
Grenier? Yes.
All
Okay.
right,
Very good. And you live where? I'm sorry.
At the very end of 8th Drive.
End of 8th. Okay,
Yes,
very good.
So I just want to reiterate that we are also opposed to the project of rezoning. I'm not going to go over it again, but obviously for traffic, the wildlife, for us, it's very impactful because, as it has been mentioned, AIDS is only wide enough for one vehicle. And last year, we've had a number of wildfires where the fire trucks actually had to go through our road in order to turn off these fires. So there's a concern here that the traffic would impact their ability, obviously, to intervene. And for that reason, I hope you vote no for the rezoning.
Okay. Thank you very much for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Thank you and appreciate your comments.
My name is Sandra Aguirre and I live on Seneca. A lot of the things that I wanted to mention have already been brought up, which had to do with, of course, the traffic, the narrowness of the 8th Street, the narrowness of William Rancher. Also about the trees, the wildlife, the traffic. I think I've mentioned that already. But I also have a concern about approving so many different things. He wants to approve from going from a 45-foot to now a 40-foot wide lot. There's 5 feet between each of the houses on each side. Just thinking about that, it reminds me of a double wide trailer looking property. That's how I would see that property, looking like as wide as a double wide trailer. That doesn't look attractive in my opinion. Also, one issue that I haven't heard about, and it was brought up in another meeting because I've attended all these meetings over the years, but it has to do with the nursing home and the fact that some environmental concerns had been discussed as to what happened with a lot of the things that might have been put into the soil there. Has anyone checked any of that with, any EPA concerns? I think that is it that I have on my notes. Someone brought up a moment ago about this easement that the fire department is asking that it needs to be there, this emergency. So are we talking about an easement that's going to be there permanently or while the homes are being built? I wasn't real clear about that. And if it is going to be there permanently for the emergency of the possibility of fire or whatever could happen back there, we're just gonna go ahead and use our property and let that easement be free, no compensation for using part of the Leon Valley City property that we own without a monthly charge or something to get something out of it. That was something I was wondering about. Should be like we should lease it or get some money out of it if we're concerned with having adding more money to our city. Well, that's one way to do it. Charge for the usage of that piece of emergency lane that needs to be there. Okay. So those were my concerns.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank
Aguirre.
you.
Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Okay. This is the 20th speaker. Good evening and welcome. And if you'll state your name and where you reside.
Hi, I'm Mike Mascaro. I live in the neighborhood right to the east, on San Antonio side.
Would you spell your last name?
Mascaro.
P-E?
M-A-S-C-O-R-R-O.
C-A-R-R-O. Mascaro. Okay, thank you. And you live in Seneca?
No, I live in Villa-Zinger Hills. It's on the San Antonio side.
Oh, you're in San Antonio.
Yeah,
Thank
right.
you for that. I
Right,
did not hear that.
That area is literally our backyard.
Very good.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
just want to say I'm opposed to the project. It should remain in R1. I understand development and pretty much everything everyone else said before me. I agree. It's just a bad idea. And I think maybe a better proposal would be for that area, maybe a park with walking and biking trails, and that way it would preserve the space, and I think everybody would win if it went in that direction.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much, Mr. Mascaro. Do appreciate it. All right. All right. Anyone else that has not been able to speak this evening, please come forward. And Ms. Posley, do we have any letters that came through the email? I just wanted to be sure they were read, if we had any. You didn't receive?
The letters that I have were read at the P&Z meeting.
Okay.
You did get one
I
today.
thought I got
that
one
was-
today.
That was opposed.
Opposed, and I'm not sure, they couldn't be here, and so they asked that. Okay, sounds good. So if there's no one else that would like to speak, then I will close the public hearing at 8:02. And I'd like to just propose to my colleagues, because there is a concern that we did not give adequate notice, that we consider expanded notification for a future meeting on this development. And I ask my colleagues to consider that. Yes, Mr. All right, Mr. Compost. We have a motion by Mr. Compost to.
I need to know what parameters you would like. So I put up on the screen right
Okay.
now, that's a 200 buffer. That was what was originally sent out. That's what's, sorry, let me blow it up here. Oops. Sorry, my mouse isn't working here.
And that encompasses what? Because it's just a.
second.
No, I know, but I mean, as far as the
There you go.
streets and stuff. Oh, Ms.
Could I ask
Posley, I'm
if the
sorry.
motion be restated while Dr. Keller is looking that up?
Well, I just requested
There wasn't a
it. There wasn't
second
really.
emotion because it doesn't give me the parameters of
I just had said expanded notification, and Mr. Campos made the motion to require expanded notification, and we did not have a second because Dr. Caldera wanted us to get the parameters. So we need the motion with the parameters and a second. Okay.
So this is here the streets. It'd go to where Crystal Bowl, Crystal Moon, up on AIDS, William Rancher. And so if you want to see, this was where the 200 buffer was.
Mhm.
It just touched AIDS on this side, Samaritan, and it was before Crystal Bowl and Crystal Moon.
Okay. Would the 500 include AIDS?
500 would include, yes, the majority of AIDS.
Okay. All right. What do y'all think?
I'll second the motion for discussion.
Okay.
What was the motion was for
Motion was-
expanded
So it would be
notification?
for the 500-foot buffer.
Mhm.
But even if, okay, so that's my motion, and we'll discuss.
And the second was.
You got a second, yeah.
So again, I'll second the 500-foot
And then
buffer,
further
and I want to
discussion.
tell you my concern.
Okay.
My concern is you're talking 500 feet. You're going to go, most of that is going to be more of San Antonio, right? It's going to go, up, and maybe it will go to Bandera Road, but that was the point of my question earlier of what the developer said he sent or gave notification out to all the citizens up to Bandera Road, so all the Leon Valley that are affected in the Seneca West neighborhood were already notified of this meeting by the developer. So that's my concern is we're doing it again for what reason? And if you stay, 500 feet, then we're spending money to send out notifications to more people in San Antonio than we are in Leon Valley. So I would say if we are going to do notification, I would say just do all of the Seneca West neighborhood up to Bandera Road.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can definitely do that. Just limited to the citizens of Leon Valley?
So your expanded notification is done by
By
radius.
feet, right?
Right, by
Yeah,
feet.
that's
So
what I
need-
thought.
So we can
So it
do
needs to be
1,000 feet.
specific.
I mean, we could do, I can have Mindy really quick go run what, 700 feet or 1,000 feet looks like. I mean.
Yes.
The important part is
Melinda.
that we want to get the residents.
Residents of
in
Leon Valley, yeah.
Yeah.
The
ma'am.
expanded notification resolution doesn't have a perimeter
Oh, it doesn't.
limitation. So if you just wanted to notify the people in the Seneca West
Mhm.
3 and 3B neighborhood, you could certainly do that and not notify any additional people in the city of San Antonio.
Okay.
Keep in mind that when it comes to a vote by the city council, on whether or not to approve a case, it's only the people or the properties that are within 200 feet of the subject site. But you can certainly just notify the people in the Seneca West
Okay,
area.
so it's not the buffer. Okay. All right.
Is he changing his, are you changing
I'd
your?
like to withdraw the previous motion
Okay.
and to expand it to.
I'm sorry, I have two conversations going on over here, so I'm just.
Okay, go ahead.
So the motion, I'm withdrawing the original motion, but to put a motion to include those in the Seneca West subdivisions, and I don't know.
You're withdrawing your motion, you're gonna withdraw your second.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my
And you'll
second.
remake your motion.
So my motion is to do extended outreach to the people who are affected with the Seneca West area.
Okay, and do I have a second?
A second.
You'll second. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Compost and a second by Councilor Orozco to provide an expanded notification on this zoning case to the citizens of Seneca West. Is that true? Do I have that clear?
Yeah, and again, I would just say, what difference does it make that all the people are already here? They already know about this. They've been given notice.
Just a minute.
So it's just delaying the project further, I guess.
Well, okay, I heard that some people did not get the notification. That was the reason for my consideration to the council, so.
And yet they're here. People raised their hand, said I didn't get notification, and yet they're here. So I think everybody, and I know for a fact as well that people were given flyers not only from the developer but from neighborhood people trying to get people to come to the meeting. So definitely the neighborhood knows about the development. So it just seems to me that it's a waste of more meetings, more time, if we wanted to do that.
I hear what you say. We do have a motion and a second, so let's just go ahead and vote on it. I'm going to go ahead and take the vote first. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilor Martinez?
No.
Councilor Campos?
Aye.
Councilor Orozco?
Aye.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? Aye or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And Councilor Bradshaw?
No.
And it's a tie vote, and the mayor votes aye. I just want to be sure everybody gets notified, and I know it's another meeting, but I think it's important. And then, this is it. This is our last time to get that. Yes, Mr. Mata, you wanted to say something.
Again, this is not going to be popular, but I resent you guys that voted aye on this, wasting tax dollars on another notification.
Okay.
I appreciate that as neighbors, they've been organized and they've been meeting and showing up to town halls, planning and zoning meetings, and council meetings. But grow a backbone and do the right thing and move forward with this. This idea of sending out notifications is a waste of money, and you know it. Okay. But it's a feel-good measure.
All
and
right.
it's a
Thank
waste.
You, Mr. Mata. Do appreciate
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. But I know that it's political season, and some people want to somehow score some points here. But be straight up with the citizens of Leon Valley and understand that these residents all know about it. And the idea that they're raising their hands like they didn't know about it, that's ridiculous. You know better.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I believe that's it. Yes.
Mayor, would we be able to weigh in on where we stand? Is that too premature?
It's up to you if you'd like to, say what you want to say.
You have
That's
the
fine.
privilege to speak on this item. Guys, I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to make sure that they hear me.
It's posted for you to be able to.
Yeah, so you can speak on this item.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yes, and I'll say my piece too.
Right.
Go ahead.
So I've heard the citizens, and I'll tell you that I'm opposed to the rezoning. I don't think it's compatible. I don't think there's going to be something that's going to change my mind, and that's the way I'm going to go forward with my decision when the time comes.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Orozco.
I'm okay with the rezoning. I live in an R6 neighborhood in Pavona, and I can definitely tell you this now, it looks like a double wide trailer home. And I got close to 3,000 square feet in my house, and the houses are big. I'm not against the zoning, but everybody knows me, and I always like to give everybody an opportunity to express their voice, even if it's going to cost us a little extra. But this is where I stand in that, and nothing is etched in stone, but I do want to hear from everybody. I have heard from a lot of people, and the majority of the people that I've heard, not only the people that listen to here, but the people that have contacted me, and they wanted to keep it at R1. But I, as a councilman, have to try to decide what I think is going to be best to serve the city. The reason I'm going against this right now is because I don't like, Mr. Smith was the one that said, and I agree with him, that I'm not going to give part of the property that belongs to the city so he can develop his property. And everybody knows that we're in the process of trying to sell that property, and it's going to be sold. The only thing that we can possibly do as city council is try to make it as best as we possibly can for the citizens that are infected. And I'm not in favor of giving anything that belongs to the city to a developer that's going to harbor us trying to sell that property. So that's where I stand at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw?
So it seems that there's been a lot of miscommunication and misinformation on this property, both at planning and zoning, the last meeting, and some people stated tonight at the town hall when people voted, and 65% of the people said that they don't want anything done with the property. That is not this property that we're talking about. This is not the city property. This is a private individual's property that's been sold or is being sold, and we're asked to consider the zoning change. So currently it's zoned R1, which means they can build 104 houses on the property as it is. And they're asking for R6, which can build 166 homes, or they're asking to build 166 homes in the plan. So, a difference of 42 homes. So some of the arguments, about, keep it a park, and, what about the trees and the wildlife? That's regardless, if you build 104 homes or 166 homes, that's going to affect that. So I think, we're not here to decide, we just want to leave it and make it a park. That's not our property to decide. Our property is to decide the zoning of the property. And so I appreciate that everybody would like, to keep it natural and they're to have a place to walk, but that's just not the decision we're making. And the other thing I would just point out about when people talk about delaying it, let's delay it and see what happens. Let's see how it works with these other properties that are being developed. Yes, we are developing other properties currently in Leon Valley. And another thing that was said was that there's no R6 around this property. That's not true. The property to the west, the property to the south, and even in Grass Valley, there's R6 all around it. 3 sides have R6 zoning. And the ridge in Leon Valley is R6, and Pavona is R6. So we know how R6 will work. We already have, for over 10 years, we've had R6 in these areas. So, we have that experience to draw from and see how it will look. So the idea that just wait and see, the delay tactic, that's why I didn't vote for this motion right now, just continue to delay. I just ask you, are buildings now, are they getting more dense or less dense? Right? If you go and look anywhere, it's getting more and more and more dense. The more people you can cram in. So if you delay it 5-10 years, and it comes back to a new council, all new people, and it comes again, do you think they're going to want to put more houses or less houses? And I would argue if you have some opportunity now to build something that's going to be there, that's going to be good and work for the community, I would think you should do it rather than wait and it be forced on you, Section 8. Or if you look, it's kind of crazy. I helped a friend the other day deliver a sofa, and she lives off of Houseman in 1604. And I used to have a friend out there, and I drove out there, and I was surprised there's a whole new development of houses, and they're like row houses right next to each other, different colors, but they all look the same, almost like apartments. And they're really close together. There's different colors. There's a red one, blue one, white one. And guess what? None of them are for sale. The whole community, the whole building there is all leased. It's all owned by, and I've heard this is happening, it's big investors, BlackRock, et cetera. They're buying these huge neighborhoods, and they're building them, and you can't buy it. It's only for lease. So, we have an opportunity here to have citizens of our community grow and be owners in Leon Valley and invested. And if anybody knows, people that come and vote in elections and that participate in their community are people that own land, right? Renters are usually transient, not there long-term, and usually are not going to stay in the community. And so they don't care as much. Same with if you see a rental property versus an owned property, that person will paint their house, cut their lawn, take care of their property versus somebody that's renting, they're like, I don't care, it's not my house, right? So I think that's where I'm coming from. You're better off to do something and know what you're getting and it's planned than just kick the can down the road and in the future you're going to get stuck with something. Because this was said by a couple people, this property will be developed. It is private property. It's going to be developed. It's just depending on what we're going to do with it. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Mr. Martinez, before I do? Go
I
ahead.
pretty much agree with everything Councilor Bradshaw just said. I agree that this property will be developed, whether we do it today, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it will be developed. We have, in my opinion, with R1, a developer cannot develop this property economically. So let me ask you, if a developer came in and built a $350,000 house, and he's going to have to charge $650,000 for that $350,000 house because of the infrastructure that he has to put in, would you buy it? Would you buy a $650,000 house that's only worth $350,000? Would a bank even give you a loan for that? So, you have to look at both sides of the coin, and it's just not economically feasible to develop this property as R1. Now, I think there could be a little compromise in there. Maybe not go to an R6, but a compromise in between an R1 and what he's proposing. I mean, an R6 and what he's proposing. Maybe an R1 with a PDD, with limiting the lot size a little bit to accommodate both the base zone R1, but still give a little more density, but not maybe as much as 166 homes. But I think there could be some compromise in there. One thing you have to look at, and anybody that was here for the Triangle property when we were discussing that venture, one thing I have to admire about Mr. Shahadi is he could have built 304 apartments on that property, and the city couldn't have said a thing about it. He could have just done it, but instead, I believe you're going to build 64 houses, if I remember correct, 67 houses. He listened to the people, even his our most ardent opponents. After we agreed to the 67 houses, came up and shook his hand and said, hey, I'm glad you listened to us. So, I think we have a little bit of room in here where we can talk back and forth. And that's basically the purpose of a PDD, is you give a little bit, you can take a little bit. So I think there's a little bit of wiggle room in here, so we can make both sides of the coin happy, okay? Thank you.
Mayor, if I can ask
Yes,
Mr. Martinez,
Mr.
okay?
Orozco.
You want to negotiate on something. I'm okay with negotiating. Tell us what exactly that you want to present to these citizens as far as leeway where we can try to accommodate more people to maybe go with this
To me, that's something that.
My vote is not etched in stone, and I'll listen to what you have to say. So just tell us exactly what is it that you're proposing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
And then I'll
maybe
like to say
possibly compromise, instead of 166 houses, maybe put it at 140 houses, 145 houses, 150 houses, but maybe a R1-based zoning, but maybe shrink the lot size so they can get a few more houses to pay for the infrastructure. That's something that I shouldn't be able to say, or my fellow counselors shouldn't be able to say. That's something that the developer should come to us and say, hey, I would like to make this presentation, and, I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to help, maybe you guys out there, let's come to some kind of agreement, and let's work it out. That's all I'm asking. Let's work something out.
So if we would have said that, we could have, I'm sorry, Mayor, if we could have said that, we don't have to delay it any further the way, and Mr. Bradshaw is totally correct about delaying the inevitable. It's going to happen. But if that would have been an option on the floor to begin with, to give these people an opportunity to weigh that, we shouldn't have, the letters that we're going to be sending out, we could have made a decision already on that. How is it that we can make this happen a lot faster than to having to send out those letters?
That would be up to Mr. Shahade to make his presentation to us. That's something we shouldn't be telling him what to do. He should be telling us what his proposal is.
Okay, thank
okay,
you.
all right.
I just have a few things to say. The citizens are at the top of the organizational chart, and I've always valued that. And so I am with the citizens on their support for an R1 development. And I feel like, let's see what's out there. We haven't even had an R1 proposal yet. Let's keep an open mind and see. Oh, that's okay. Don't time out. Yeah, but and the master plan supports the R1. Which is a less development that would impact the homes with traffic and whatnot. And this is what. Here we thought we were doing such a good job, right, as a city. We received a grant from the Bexar County for, Dr. Caldera, what was it, $1.8 million to improve the flood control. That's why that property was never developed, because it was in a flood way. And so we accepted the money, we put in our share, and right when it got finished in December of last year, that's when the proposals came up, because now the developer didn't have to spend extra money on the flood control. And that's what's opened this whole thing up. But I wanted to do the expanded notification. I don't see it as wasting taxpayer dollars. I know it's going to cost, but I feel like it's, again, being open and transparent and making sure that everybody has been brought in. The town hall meeting was another good meeting where we had people from across the city, and they expressed themselves. So anyway, we will have to put this, Dr. Caldera, on the next agenda.
We have to do the notifications. I've got to publicize the new notification with the new date. So hopefully we can get it on the next agenda with the new notification date. You can still make recommendations to Mr. Shahade to improve his plan in any way you see fit, and he can bring you back any comments or changes that he has to his plan if that's what he wants to do.
Okay.
He can certainly do that.
Okay. But I also just want to thank you, the citizens, for your respect and your patience and your communication to the council. That's what it's all about. And, I value that, and thank you for being here tonight. And we'll just take one more step down the road and then see where this comes up to. Mr. Shahade, I'm going to ask y'all if you want Mr. Shahade to continue, because it's already 8:25. I just think
he already knows what we want.
Yeah, so I think that we've had enough. We've heard enough, and we've heard you too. We've heard everybody, and it's late, and we've still got another zoning commission recommendation for the next agenda item. But anyway, thank you all very much. If you like to stay, fine. We're going to go on to 7.2, and this is a public hearing as well. Presentation, public hearing, and discussion of an ordinance requesting to rezone an approximately 6-acre parcel of land from R1 single-family dwelling zoning district to a planned development district, PDD, being partial 46 abstract 664 CB 446 and lot 46A, and partial 46C abstract 664 CB 4446, located at 7201 and 7205 Hebner Road, Leon Valley, Texas. Again, this is the first read. We do not vote tonight. And we have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, here to present. Do we have the developer here as well?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. If you'll start.
Yes, the developer and the engineer.
I'm sorry, the developer?
The developer and the engineer.
And the engineer, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good, thank you.
So the request is to rezone approximately 6 acres of land at 7201, 7205 Hebner Road as from an R1 single-family dwelling district to a PDD that should say R6 garden home based zoning. The property will have to be platted and conform to all stormwater regulations prior to any building permits being issued. The developer is also asking for a variance to the Chapter 13 tree mitigation for on-site existing trees at a later date. These parcels were owned and occupied prior to the city being incorporated as the Poss family homestead. The owner of the adjacent 10-acre subdivision, former Poss Landing, is in the process of constructing a PDD R6 family homes. So at that time, that was already approved. The ingress-egress requirements by the fire code required the developer to either provide a secondary easement, secondary ingress-egress, or sprinkle all the homes in that development. So after doing some investigating, the developer decided to purchase the adjacent lot and develop as Phase 2. The original subdivision was named Poss Landing, but now changed the name to Senna Phase 1. This not only provides the necessary secondary access point for Senna 1, but will also provide the required ingress-egress to the subject property. The master plan for the Hebner Road Corridor 5CC states the land use in this area encourages all the vacant areas located on the east side of Hebner Road across the school to be zoned R1, with the R3A, R6 consideration as alternates. The developer is requesting to match the first phase development with the lot size, the frontage, the front setback, the side setback, and the rear setback. This development will consist of 49 lots. They are proposing to plant 2 trees per lot. The traffic impact analysis indicates 49 peak hour trips. Here is the phase 2, the 49 lots. So on this project, 12 letters were sent out. We just received 1 that was undeliverable. All fees have been paid with this request, and the development of the single-family subdivision will increase ad valorem and sales tax within the city. The developer is here along with the engineer, myself, if you'll have any questions.
Okay, and could you introduce the developer to me and the engineer? Yes. Please come forward. And what is your name, sir?
My name's Victor Bernal with Century Communities.
Victor Bernal.
Yes.
And you're with Century Communities.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And engineer?
Jeffrey McKinney with Coot Engineers.
Jeffrey McKinney. Okay. Coot. All right. Would you like to add anything to the presentation?
No, not really. I mean, it's mainly just an expansion of the community that we're currently developing right now within Poss Landing, formerly Poss Landing, now Senna Phase 1. And this is basically just to extend the community, add more homes and provide more affordable housing as well within the community. So, but yeah, no, we're excited, and we're excited to work with Dell on everything and move forward.
So how many acres? 5 acres?
This is 6 acres.
6 acres,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
49 homes.
Yes.
Okay, and are the same variances that were received on the phase one the same here?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have smaller streets and
Yes.
the houses are much closer?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right. And this solved the issue of two ingress egress when you paired this land together with the first phase, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, because that, just for those of you that might not have known, they needed two entrance and exits, and so we had a big discussion a while back, and then you were going to sprinkle the homes, but that was too expensive. So this is your solution to that problem.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am, yes.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Campos.
I wasn't here for the first
right.
approval for your first, but I'm really concerned about the variance that was granted the first time. It's my understanding from looking at the prior item that there's supposed to be 4,500 square feet for an R6, and this is going down to 3,010. That's quite a bit. The same thing with the frontage. I believe the standard may be 45 feet, and you're asking for 35. For me, these variances are too significant for me.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Sorry, just one. So it's not Pots Landing anymore. It's what is it? Is it Santa Fe one?
Sienna.
Senna.
Senna.
Yes, sir.
Senna. Okay.
Senna phase one.
Not Sienna, but Senna. S-I-E-N-A?
S-E-N-N-A.
S-E-N-A.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Excuse
that's just
me,
a
I'm sorry.
marketing name
Go
for
ahead.
us.
Okay, that's fine. I just was.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so let's do that. Thank you so much, Mr. Orozco, for that. Thank you all very much for your comments. And at 8:32, I'm going to open up the public hearing on this second zoning issue on Hebner Road. Yes, Mr. Matthews, if you'd like to come forward and state. Of course, we know Mr. Matthews on Seneca, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, I was at the zoning board last week when this was discussed. It was told to us from the planning and zoning that it didn't check all the boxes, and so they forwarded it to you with approval. I'm not sure what the boxes are that they were looking to check, but the one for children's safety because of the school, and this is at a school zone, was totally ignored. Totally ignored. And it's got to be a priority over anything and anything to develop this area. We have to think of the children that are there today, and now we're going to dump more cars into that school zone. Who is going to go for that? I don't know of anybody that say, pile them on. I can't see it. It's simply, for me, a safety issue for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Yes, Ms. Mers.
Beth Mers, Seneca
Yes.
Estates. My concern with this is I understand from at the zoning commission meeting that this property was not available for sale initially, and that's why they didn't get it in the initial subdivision planning. But now that it has been added, they do achieve their goal of the ingress egress. But my concern is, why can't they make this additional 6 acres R1 housing? Why would that be so incongruous with the rest of the subdivision that's being developed? They would achieve all of their goals, and they would have more of a mixed use with some R1, some R6. I also agree with the concerns about the traffic. I know that there was discussion at the zoning commission that there would be a sidewalk directly to the school from this subdivision to avoid putting the kids out onto the street for getting to school, but it doesn't impact or make any improvement in the number of cars that are going through that school zone back and forth. And so I think we should minimize the number of additional lots that are achieved just to get this ingress egress. And it worries me too that they're calling this Senna Phase 1, because my question is, where is Phase 2 and what else are they going to try and squeeze in here? I have issue with that.
Okay. So is it Poss Landing and then Sienna Phase 1? Is that how we're doing it? I think.
The original Poss Landing is the 10 acres.
It's
that
the
are
10
directly
acres
adjacent.
with the 90 or
That's now
88
been
homes.
changed to Senna, S-E-N-N-A.
S-E-N-N-A.
That's
Okay.
Senna Phase 1.
That's number
This
1.
is Senna Phase 2.
Okay.
And as far as the R6 zoning with the variances, they're trying to keep uniformity with the Phase 1 project so that it all looks one cohesive, uniform development.
Okay. And then there's additional, I know it's not on the agenda, but there's an additional, Carol Poss's property is what, 6
This
acres?
is Carol Poss's property. It's the Poss homestead.
Okay, what about Barbara Fryer's home?
That's in Phase 1.
That's in Phase 1. That's the 10 acres over
So
there.
directly
Okay.
behind this one is the Leon Valley Elementary Playground.
Okay.
That's an
All right,
additional
for
5
some-
acres.
And I thought it was 3 separate properties.
It,
Okay.
it is actually,
Yeah.
this piece here was
Uh-huh.
actually 2 pieces.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it was then. Okay.
Platted, so we can't show you the plat
Okay,
of the property.
but it was Miss Poss and her sister-in-law, Barbara Fryer's
Yes, ma'am.
property. Okay, so it'll be all developed from the school to the daycare center?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, I'm sorry, just point of clarification. Yes, Mr. Olin Yarnell. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay, I'm a little confused.
Mm-hmm.
As I see, the agenda says 7201 and 7205, which seems to be 2 pieces of property.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about one piece of property here or 2 pieces of property?
Okay, I'll let Melinda again clarify it because it's, yeah.
So it is 2 unplatted pieces right now.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can operate this. So one of them right now kind of goes like this, and then this is the other piece. So 7201 is here, 7205 is here. It's not platted, so I can't show you a good plat of it.
So this is secret.
This is the developer's rendition. It's so bad.
Okay.
So we are talking about 2 pieces of property then?
Right, my understanding is Carol Poss's property and then Barbara Fryer's property, because Tommy was on the end. That's Phase 1, the son. He lived over there.
Mrs. Poss is 05 and Mrs. Barber is 02?
Yeah.
Or 01?
Uh-huh. And then what's the little house with the no develop, what is that? Melinda, yeah.
That's part of the elementary school playground. So they must have a
Okay.
shelter there or something.
Okay.
I know they've
All
got
right.
a track back there.
So that's the school. Oh, that's the
Correct.
start of the school.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
gotcha. I appreciate that.
The actual school, elementary school, is right in here. And so they own this playground over here. It's actually kind of
Okay.
undeveloped, but they've got some stuff in there.
Okay, so behind it is the playground, and then to the, well, if you're looking at Heidner,
Here's
to the
Heidner right
right
here.
is the school. Okay,
And this
to
is
the
the
left would be
Up here
Sienna
is-
Phase 1, and then after that is the daycare.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes. All right, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Parker, Linda? Barker?
Real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
It's saying that there's 6 acres, right, to be developed?
6 acres.
49 units.
Mm-hmm.
That's 8 houses per acre,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's a lot of frickin' houses. I'm sorry, it is. And I did want to make a comment that if we have all of these developers clamoring all over Leon Valley to use up every green space we have or every vacant lot, surely we can sell R1 homes anywhere there's open property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else for the public hearing? Okay, seeing no one, then I'll close the public hearing at 8:40 and ask if there's any further comment from my colleagues. Mr. Roscoe, I think you wanted to hear from the citizens.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I was just looking at my notes.
No, that's okay. I just remembered you said you wanted to hear from the citizens
I
before you
literally
commented.
live half a block away from there.
Mhm.
And I see the traffic that's there, and it's usually traffic from not Leon Valley residents, but people from Helotes and Great Northwest trying to find an easy way to their house. We had the same opposition, and I know that I said this before, we had the same opposition in 1995 and 94 when they were building Pavona Place. And the same concerns, the traffic, the safety of, and a lot of the kids that were in Pavona Place have already grown up and they're gone. I believe that the residents in this new property will have their kids, and I can almost tell you they'd be walking right next to the school if that's the case. I'm in favor to allow them to have continuity and to go with this. I do just have one question though, to the developer. And with all this rain and all this runoff that's going on, it's kind of ruined the street on Hebner. Once you get through with your development, will you all take care of Hebner, or how does that work?
We can definitely make an effort to clean up that street. I know there's been a lot of, especially with our development going on currently, with a lot of at least mud tracking and everything. So I'll go back to at least improve our stormwater best practices, and then at least once we're done with development, we can actually go back and clean it up.
You scraped all that mud and
Yes,
it kind of turns into concrete. I
Yes,
guess.
yeah.
You know, okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'll wait to make a motion to hear.
Okay, well, there's no motion. This is the first read. I just had a question about, okay, Hebner Road is just 2 lanes. I mean, it's 2 lanes and 2 lanes, but there's not a turn lane. I mean, with the addition, what is the, I mean, to me, I'm just looking towards the future that we may need to do some improvements on Hebner Road, but y'all will not have to be responsible for any of that. Is that my understanding?
Well,
Do you know what I'm saying? You're adding to the
Yes,
traffic,
I
but yet
do.
you don't have to pay for any of the infrastructure improvements, but the city of Leon Valley would have to do that.
well, the level of infrastructure improvements has to be proportionate to what we cause to the system.
Okay, so how do we figure that?
That's through the traffic impact analysis. When we get into plating, we would go through all that information, work with the city's engineers, come up with the level of service, how it's impacted on the road, and then we would look at options to help. And if those options are to the point where it's going to cost $500,000 to go put a turn lane in, but we look at what our impact on the whole system is. If it's not $500,000, then there's really, under state law, the developer's not required to do that. And it's just a little unfair, but that's the way the state laws are written. And so it's one of those things that the demand has to be equal to the supply, cost-wise.
Okay.
It's the same thing with water and sewer.
Okay.
Traffic is just a little harder to
Yeah, I just,
calculate.
okay. I mean, I'm just
Yes.
saying, visualizing, how am I going to take a left on Hebner? You know?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to take rights all the time. So anyway.
That's,
Okay.
one of the reasons why this is good to have a second access, so we can distribute that traffic out a little bit better.
All right. I've already closed the public hearing, so I won't be able to gather any more information right now. Okay, that was my question about the ingress, egress, and traffic. Anybody else? Yes, there's no motion. So this is our first read. So next meeting, which would be April the 2nd, we will place this on for a decision from the council. Okay? All right, thank you all very much. All right, we're going to move. We've already done 7.3, and so then I'll move to 7.4. Again, this is a first read, so we have no vote. Thank you all very much for coming tonight. Do appreciate your input. Presentation and discussion on an ordinance. Oh, excuse me. You know what I forgot to do? Because it's just been such a whirlwind tonight. I need to wish Counselor Bradshaw happy birthday. I was supposed to do that in announcements, and so before I forget, March 17th, I didn't know you were a St. Patrick's Day guy. That is awesome. So would y'all please join me in singing happy birthday? Happy
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear counselor. Happy birthday to you. Good Lord.
I'm going to ask you how young you are.
I don't think he likes chocolate. I'll take it.
But anyway, thank you. I hope you had a really great day. That's interesting. Wow. The 17th, my husband's birthday is the 18th. Somebody else's birthday is today. I mean, So anyway, okay. Well, great. Thank you. And I apologize for the delay in wishing you happy birthday. So, all right. So I had that note. Good. See, Chief, you needed a little bit more time before we wished Counselor Bradshaw happy birthday, right? Okay, so this is a presentation discussion on an ordinance authorizing a fiscal year 2023-24 general fund budget adjustment in the amount of $50,000 for the purposes of increasing the impound lot budget to pay for the relocation and completion of the police impound lot. And again, this is our first read, so we don't make a vote tonight, but we put it either on the consent agenda or vote on it at the next meeting, which would be April 2nd. So, Chief, why don't you bring us up to date?
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
You bet.
I brought this to you last year.
I remember.
And I was directed to get my estimates, get the ball rolling, and with the assistance of Public Works, that's what we've done. So I have the estimates in hand, and I'm ready to move on this if I get this budget adjustment approved.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Yes.
The options are either to approve, continue moving forward, or deny. And we have come a long way in preparing the site to get ready to make the move. We have CPS ready to install poles for lights. We have the other contractors waiting to put up the fence.
Would you describe where it's going to be?
Is
it Jeff Loop?
Yes, it is on Jeff Loop.
Just want to be sure
right
everybody knows where
right
it is.
Right behind the police department.
Okay.
Which will increase our productivity. Right now, we have to drive from the station to 6400 Evers, then come back. This would cut all that time out. We would walk out to the back, up to the windows up front, complete the transaction, and move on.
Okay. And so are you going to use the existing materials from the impound lot, like the fence, and just move that over to save cost?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And we were going to use other fencing, except in discussing the options with the fence company. The 6-foot fence that we were able to get for free was not going to work. Labor cost.
Okay.
For undoing it, putting it together was going to be more costly than just buying new material for the 3 sides that I'm going to need.
Okay.
But we are going to use all of the material from the current impound.
Okay, great, thank you.
So this is pretty much it.
That's it. Okay. And what is the timeline on this? How long do you think it's going to take, if the council approves it next meeting?
If this gets approved, I will make a call to the fence company to schedule a date. I will let you know. And right now, I've been talking to David Demoline from Public Works. He has his crew removing some of the old concrete that was back there, and they're going to help me out with some of the paving under my cages.
Okay.
For my evidence stalls.
Okay, so the 50,000 is primarily for
the base materials, the fencing.
Okay, and you're going to move the little house over that you have behind the community center, right?
That
the trailer?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're going to move that over too?
We're discussing that with Public Works.
Oh, you're discussing that. Okay. Oh, they want it, huh?
I've been approached.
Oh, okay. It's such a cute little house, you know,
Yes,
if y'all haven't seen it.
It's a good office.
Yeah, it is. Seems like, okay. All right. Anybody else have a question for Chief on this? Yes.
I'd like to move this to the consent agenda.
Okay. Move to the consent agenda for the next meeting. Oh, is there consensus on that?
Question?
Okay, you have a question. Mr. Martinez, please continue.
I understand we have a very tight budget. Do we really have the $50,000 without touching our reserve fund?
That's why I had my hand raised.
Okay,
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. I
No, not a
apologize.
problem. So.
You're too short.
I am.
Yes.
Well, you know what? If I raise my chair all the way up, my feet don't touch the ground, so I have one or two
Okay.
options.
All right.
So your general fund reserve is currently $5,919, and with the Haven for Hope budget adjustment of $40,000, and if you were to approve this impound lot budget adjustment, it would bring your general fund reserve to $5,829,000. And then you have another one which is coming up, which is your stormwater budget adjustment. It's sitting at $1.4 million. What Melinda's asking for is a $100,000 budget adjustment, and that would bring it to 1.3.
And one other thing, ma'am.
Okay, but you just had an auction, right?
Did.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
we received $53,000,
Okay.
52.9.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So-
and that just goes right back into
Into the general fund.
general fund. So that's kind of a wash, but we get 3,000 extra, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what's paying for it, is what you're saying. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Yes. Mr. Campos.
I just needed some background. How did this discussion start? I have
Oh.
no idea how this came about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Back,
17, right?
right, in
2017?
17, when the impound lot was first proposed, we were looking at different sites. The city was and the department was. The one at Public Works was the one that we could put up the quickest. There was still a lot of work being done back here. And, I mean, we looked at it because it's right there. And the option and the hope was that someday it would be out of the flood zone. There wouldn't be any problems, and it could be moved behind the police station. So now that the project's over, we know that we won't have any flooding. We're not going to see any cars floating down the
Right.
drain there. It's a safe move, and it will increase our ability to not have to travel back and forth. And Public Works gets their property back. They use that area for their storage.
And so is the property that you're proposing back here, is it going to be unfinished? Is it dirt or is it
It's
asphalt?
dirt right now. We are going to put base and millings. Melinda's crew has some spare asphalt for they're projecting. So that's where my pavement for my cages is going to come from.
And so any runoff, where's that going to go? Is that going to go into the creek?
Going to the creek.
Okay. And is there going to be a fence where the neighbors down at Liberty don't see this?
Right. We are going to have the same slats
Same
as we do in the other impound lot. We're going to have to buy a few more because that's not going to cover the whole area. This is a larger area. In this area, we will be able to store vehicles that we currently cannot store because of the turnaround at Public Works, larger vehicles. Right now, the city isn't able to handle those. So a contractor handles those vehicles, those trucks.
Oh.
Thank you.
So will that save us some money?
We will probably make some money.
Oh, we'll probably make some money. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. I thought that was more of a contract. Okay, so I heard Councilor Bradshaw recommend or suggest that we put this in the consent agenda for the next meeting. Is there consensus?
with that.
Okay, we'll do that. All right, let's move. Thank you, Chief. Do appreciate it. We said timeline and, hopefully in the next couple of months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
Before
Thank you.
summer, I hope.
Before summer, okay. 7.5, presentation, discussion, and possible action awarding a bid and authorizing the city manager to sign a contract with the San Antonio Pool Management Incorporated in the amount of $68,529 to manage the City of Leon Valley Forest Oaks pool and provide off-season maintenance. And we have Dave Demeline. Hey, Dave, thank you so much for being here
Mayor and Council.
and
Good
waiting.
evening. Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Okay.
So this item is to award a bid and authorize the city manager to sign a contract with San Antonio Pool Management to manage our Forest Oaks pool and to provide off-season maintenance. So our swim season, it opens up Memorial Day weekend on May 25th, and it'll run through Labor Day, September the 2nd. We advertised bids for this project. We had a bid opening held on February 27th, and we had 3 companies submitting bids. And they are San Antonio Pool Management, USA Management, and Pool Management LLC. Those are the 3 bids that we received. The lowest bid was submitted by San Antonio Pool Management in the amount of $68,529. And in our public works budget, we have $130,000 this year for the management and operations. So with that, Mayor and Council, we are recommending to award the bid with San Antonio Pool Management. And I also have Doug and Elena from San Antonio Pool Management here this evening in case you all have any questions.
Hi there. How are you?
And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Now, San Antonio Pool Management has been managing both pools for how long?
I would say about 10 years.
About 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I thought that's what our consistent contract. Now,
we did have one year where we went with a company called Sela, but every other year has been with San Antonio Pool Management.
okay, that's right. They came from Baton Rouge, right?
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Now, can I talk about the pools and what we might want to add or subtract or whatever? This is the time I can do it, right? I'm a swimmer. I still swim a mile. I want you all to know that. I love swimming. It's one of my favorite things to do in life. But anyway, I noticed in the packet, okay, we've already done the fees. That was something we did last time, the fees. We increased the fees and everything. But what I wanted to know is, I noticed it was 12 to 8 with Wednesdays closed. And I guess with the heat and it's so hot, I'm just wondering, could we like split it and do in the morning and then in the late afternoon or something? Do you know what I'm saying? Or if we can't do that, I mean, we are saving some money with the 130 minus the 68. There's 61,000 left. Can we open it up for like a senior swim lap swimming, like 7:30 to 9:30, and then don't we have the kids at 10?
We do.
Can we be flexible is what I'm asking.
We can be flexible. Typically, we target that 8-hour day. So whether it's noon to 8 p.m. or 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., I think we could definitely look into that. It is easier when you're consistent and you have the same hours each day. But I think San Antonio Pool Management would be open to, as long as it's 8 hours. That's kind of what the contract
and
calls out for.
how would we determine that? Because, I mean, I'm just speaking for myself, but I know there's a lot of, okay, we were talking about water aerobics, and I kept thinking about it. I said, you know what? These people that have done water aerobics for years, they know how to do it. They don't need a teacher. They just need some swim time, that it's open with the lifeguard, and let them come, do their water aerobics, do the lap swimming. That's why I was thinking like 7:30 to 9:30 in the morning, or 8 to 10 or something, when it's cool. Have y'all swum at 12 o'clock noon? It is hot. Your back is burning, and it even gets hotter as we go. So I don't know. That's just one consideration. So open lap swim and like in the early morning. I was talking to Dr.
Lane too.
Lap lane.
We do have the lane.
And they did pretty good. I mean, I can honestly tell you that I think last summer the lap lane was always up. In years past, I'd have to say, excuse me, could y'all please put up this lap lane, that kind of, but they did really good last year. I talked to Dr. Caldera, but she said it wasn't really appropriate, and I thought maybe we should advertise the party room, but you were saying, no, it's like, yuck, nobody's
People advertise, people do,
okay, so,
but additional advertisement isn't going to help your income to,
Okay, all right. And then, Can the pool be open on the weekends through September? It's not in the packet because
Not-
it is hotter than Hades in September, as y'all know.
Last year, we did extend that through
Just on the
September.
weekends, just on the weekends, yeah.
We can ask for a proposal for that, but it's not included in this particular
Okay.
contract.
And then,
It could be an addendum.
and again, with one pool, how do we know how many people are going to be going to one pool? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, we were just
I mean-
actually talking about that, and,
Yeah.
and there could be additional usage, having the one pool, so, but we just don't know until we're
So you,
kind of
as
open
far as a
and-
number of lifeguards and I noticed in the packet, you were proposing 3, 5, 7 as breaks for the lifeguards unless it's too hot. Did I read that correctly?
They're, I believe they are every 2 hours.
Yeah, so just those of
there's-
you that, they take a break, but they were taking a break every hour, and that was driving me crazy because, sometimes you can't do your laps in 45 minutes. At least I can't, So, anyway, I know it's a personal thing with me, but I'm sure there's a lot of lap swimmers out there, right? No. Okay. Anyway, and I do buy a pass, so, okay. Anything else? Am I the only one on this discussion? Come on, guys. Come on. Y'all don't go to the pool?
Well,
It's a wonderful pool. It's a really good pool. It really is.
it is.
Oh, you've got your own pool. Do you have your own pool?
Well, I'm going to go to his.
Oh, you go to his. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. That's why they're so silent. But this is a neighborhood pool, and
Okay.
it's a wonderful pool.
Tell you what, I'll
Yes.
go off topic as well,
Okay.
Mayor, like you.
You will?
But, yes.
No.
That's a good thing about it. I'm going to ask the management company, what training do we have? Either last year or the year before that, Councilor Stevens and I were helping out because there were some very insipid people bothering the lifeguards and stuff. And we got involved to the point where we asked the city manager to put in some cameras and stuff for the preventive. And how is it that the management, you can come forward, I know you're getting ready to come up. How is it that we can go ahead and prevent this year? And how is it that the council can help you to achieve this?
Well, I know for this past season, there was signage that was put up about
Yeah.
harassing the lifeguards and making sure that they go to the supervisors or to David or Melinda themselves if they had any concerns and not to actually approach the lifeguards. So signage did help. And then I'm the supervisor that takes care of these pools, and I'm there every day. So they know that if they are being harassed or have any concerns, then they bring them to us and we address it.
Was it you that I spoke to? Was it last year or the year before last about the problems that we were having?
About the
I don't know if
problems?
it was you
Okay.
or not, but yeah, you helped tremendously. I think it was. But yes, if there's anything that we can do to try to help prevent that, by all means, David is always available, and so are we.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, the signage and the open communication definitely helped last
All right.
year.
Okay, so I'm going to ask my question about early morning swim, senior swim, lap swim, whatever. Is that possible?
It could be possible.
Okay, it could be possible.
Yeah, so we just have to think about, like David had said, trying to stick to that 8-hour day. So we would have to bring additional lifeguards in for those water aerobics in the mornings.
And it wouldn't have to be every day.
Okay.
It could be a
And-
couple of days a week or 3 days a week. You know what I'm saying?
and
Something.
we could create a schedule like that and have that dedicated time. And trying to structure it a way so that we could have the dedicated aerobic time. I don't quite know how that would look, but I'm sure it could be discussed.
Yeah, again, I don't think we need a teacher. I just think we need people to be able to go there. And when it's cooler, the seniors and lap swimmers. So anyway, thanks for your consideration. I'll work with you and the manager on that.
Do we
for sure.
have a swim team?
We do. We have a swim team. Yeah, it sure. Yeah, and so now they used to. They were at the community pool, but last summer they were at the Forest Oaks pool, right?
No, they were still.
They were still at the community, so they're going to move over.
Correct.
Yeah, and then they're going to have competition, and so then the pool's going to be closed, when they have that competition, so that'll impact it. I'm just wondering about the number of people that are going to use the pool, so.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. Okay. Yes, Mr. Campos. You want to beat Helotes? Okay. Mr. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
David,
Yeah.
and Dr. Caldera, thank you for putting this service out for bid, and we received the 3 bids. Thank you very much for that competitive nature. I asked some questions about the contract prior to the meeting for the staff. I addressed them to the city manager about insurance and so forth. But are we changing the effective date? Is this going to be from here going forward for a year, or how are we
No,
going
so we started in January, and the way it would have worked, like say y'all decided not to go with them, we would just pay them out, and then the new contract for the other person would have been retro from today's date. So you would have then amended the contract. They manage the pools year round for us. They manage the chemicals, and they keep the pools kind of maintained throughout the year. So we spread out the payment for a full year. So it starts in January. They, right now, have been doing it, essentially. And per their old contract, it was auto renewal, and it was no more than a 5% increase. So we've just been continuing on with that same contract.
So that's the old contract.
That's the old contract.
So this new contract.
On this contract, I amended it to go, if y'all don't go out for bid again, next year, if you just want to extend it, I did a month-to-month not to exceed 90 days on that termination clause, and that's the amended contract that I sent to y'all. So it wouldn't be an automatic renewal. We could bring back to you. So what we've been doing is we've been going out for pool services every 2 years. But since this contract was a 1-year contract with an auto renewal, I decided to change it to just the 1-year term with the month-to-month on that renewal statement.
Well, would it be feasible to ask the vendor for an option, a 1-year option?
You could do a 1-year option on the extended portion of the contract.
That's what I recommend.
But we don't know what the next year's going to be, right?
Right, so the reason that I
yeah.
didn't ask for a 2-year
Mhm.
to begin with
Yeah.
is because I didn't know what we were gonna do with the community pool. I mean, right now, the council's all in agreement to close the pool, and believe me, my first instinct was to get a backhoe and fill it with cement. My issue with that is if y'all decide to, make changes, or when you decide to make changes to the Forest Oaks pool, and that one's under construction, you would have the option to keep the community pool open for one summer as that one's under construction.
Right.
And then you could close that down, so you don't go a season without a pool,
Yeah.
is essentially. I
too
was trying to
hot.
manage it to where there was some consistency. So I thought, we'll be bringing back those options to you, I think at the next meeting, what the vendor said for the options to redo the Forest Oaks pool. And so it'll give you some wiggle room to decide what y'all want to do with that. And so that's the only reason I did 1 year and didn't ask for 2 right off the bat.
Okay, thank you for your insights.
Welcome.
Okay, and so you'll include the September through September, the last weekend in September on this contract?
We'll add an addendum
Okay.
For y'all on that to add through September.
agree
if,
with
if
that?
y'all agree, if the council agrees.
Okay.
And then I'll look for 3 days to adjust it. Instead of 8 o'clock, they'll close at 7 to see if we can adjust it for your 1 hour senior or water aerobic or whatever you want to call it. Sorry, I don't want to call it senior.
1
Water
hour?
aerobics.
How about an hour and a half?
Anyway. I'm just saying, I don't want to close it. It's still light out at 8 o'clock, and so that's why they do noon to 8. But if you're opening an hour early, then I got to trim the fat off the end. And so I don't know if I'm going to have more people upset that we're closing at 7 because y'all want 1 hour in the morning. You know what I mean? Like, so I just, whatever, I'm trying to compromise. So whatever you.
Yeah, I'm wondering, can we take this maybe to the coffee or something, get some feedback from people, or no?
I got to sign the contract.
Oh, you've got to sign the contract, huh?
I got.
Okay, all right. I mean, I just like some flexibility, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
We need to get this done quickly.
Okay.
This is the end of March. We have April to get the pools ready, and then it starts May, that last weekend in May. So we really don't have a lot of time between
But
now
can
and when
we,
that pool
can we
opens.
just at least say that we'll work on the hours? The
Certainly,
flexible
and what
hours?
you could do too is ask the contractor, go ahead and leave the pool open from 12 to 8, add more hours to their contract, and maybe another lifeguard.
Yeah.
So That's an option.
I like that last option.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you send me an amended version of that contract? Thank you.
Okay.
So it is gonna increase at 68,000, so I don't know if you
Oh.
want that back on consent or you want it on the regular agenda or what
You all want to,
Or you just wanna give me the authorization that I'm not gonna go crazy?
okay. Okay, all right,
So then you
thanks.
can make that vote.
Yay. Okay, thank y'all. Really appreciate it. I love the swimming pool. Okay, great.
Can I get a vote on the item though?
Oh, yeah, we got to vote. That's right. All right. Agenda item number 7.5. May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion, we accept this as presented with the additional hours.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to accept this contract as presented with the additional hours and lifeguard in the morning, as discussed. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Really appreciate it, and we'll see you in just a few months. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Agenda item 7.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve a budget adjustment in the amount of $100,740 from the Stormwater Fund Reserve and authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with TCL Construction for emergency repairs to Heapner Creek at Poss and Sherry Leaf Roads. Now, this is an emergency expenditure, and so one read is only required as per the agenda item. So, Ms.
Thank you,
Melinda
Mayor.
Mortz, our Public Work Director, if you'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Uh-huh.
So the low water crossing to the park small pavilion has been slowly eroding over the years, but since November, it has dramatically increased to the point where it's undercutting right at Poss Road right now. And in one particular place, it's very much undercut the concrete to the driveway. It's the opinion of the city engineer that the repairs need to be performed as quickly as possible to prevent any danger to the public from a collapsed roadway. Poss is very heavily traveled. It took me 10 minutes to get down the road to just get to the council meeting at 6 o'clock. So the banks of the south side of the creek on both side walls will be recompacted with base material and lifts. The bottom and sides will then be armored in concrete. We did try to comply with the state law as much as possible, even though it's an emergency. So luckily for us, we already had 3 contractors. One of them did the hike and bike trail. One of them did the latest Year 6 street maintenance project, and one of them did the Seneca West. 2 of those contractors are concrete contractors. Zumwalt is a street contractor, but they do have subcontractors that do sidewalks. So we asked all 3 of those, can you meet with us at the site? We'll show you what's going on, and then our Dura engineers prepared a plan and profile for them to look at to see what we intend to do. So all 3 took a look, all 3 gave us a quote, and TCL was the lowest of the quotes that we got. So they came in at $87,600.
Oh, okay. He was the one that did the segment one over there on El Verde.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And so I put contingency in there because I don't know what's going to happen. There's utilities in the creek, and there's a real bad CPS pole down there that needs to be yanked. So anyway, your total would come to $100,740. Funds would be taken from the Stormwater Reserve Fund. It has a balance of $1.4 million as of 9/30. And so we recommend approval of an ordinance granting a budget adjustment, and we'll get with TCL Construction and get the project going. We did meet with SAWS on site to discuss, because they are on the other side of the bank, and now they've torn down that bank really badly. And so what the plan is to do the roadside first and get that armored and get that problem out of the way. Problem is, when you armor that side, then the water's going to continue to erode the other side. So we're spoken with SAWS. They're going to rebuild the bank where they've messed it up, but right now they're still installing a manhole over there, and so it may take them a minute to get that bank reshaped up, and then we will concrete that side.
Okay. All right. So this is going to be done immediately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The contractor did ask that we give them a week.
A week, okay.
Notice.
No, we'll give them a week's notice, okay. But SAWS is going to be delayed. That side's going to be delayed.
They are connecting.
But we don't know how long.
They think they're going to be done with the whole project by July.
By July? Okay.
The whole
Well,
thing.
they've made progress in the natural area. I want you to know.
Sewer main, the main
Yeah.
is in. It's installed. So now they're doing testing. And then they're also doing the smaller connections that they have. And there's, I think, a 24-inch line that's coming down the alley behind Cherry Leaf that they do have to connect to the main, or the manhole that is on that side of the bank.
Have you seen those manholes?
They're huge.
They're huge. They're huge. I mean,
Pipes
they're
are huge.
I can't believe it. I've never seen a manhole that big. Yeah. Anyway, I guess to accommodate the future sewer needs of the community, right? Okay. So what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve this budget adjustment regarding the issue on Post Road as discussed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so much for all your efforts. Do appreciate it. All right, moving then to agenda item number 7.8. Oh, excuse me, just 8. Well, wait a minute. Just 8, excuse me. Anyone on the council have any future agenda item requests that you would like? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move to agenda item number 9. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Section 551.072, deliberations on real property, 6503 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, in parentheses CB 4430 P-15, colon 2.137 acres, P-16, colon 6.391 acres, and P-16A, colon 1 acre, ABS 432, close parentheses, various parcels located William Rancher, Grass Hill, Samaritan, and AIDS Drive, BCAD parcel identification numbers 217816, 217817, 217818, 217819, 217820, 217281, 217838, 217840, 217843. This is a total of 21 acres. So at this time, which is 9:17, we will move into executive session and stand in recess. Oh.
They speak after the executive session.
Oh, you can speak after the executive session.
Yeah, he just said it after.
Well, you know, we only
After
have the
executive
one
It's up to
citizens
you.
be, okay, go ahead,
I
come
mean-
on up before we go.
It has to be on this item, though. You don't have another additional citizens to be
Okay,
heard.
yeah, I don't have another additional, it has to be on this item. Yeah. Okay.
So how do you approach it at the beginning of next meeting for these items?
I-
Let's do the council chamber in this system, we have no here this all. The IT system.
Oh, the IT system, we are going to address that, definitely. Okay, thank you. Well, we got a plan now, so, yeah. Sometimes, you know, it just takes time, but we do have a plan. Okay, thank y'all. We're going to go to executive session, then we'll be back. Thank you.
So when do our second citizens be heard?
We don't have a citizens to be heard at the end of the meeting. And so she allowed them to be able to speak on this item, so they could speak on this item before you go into executive session. You don't have one at the end of the meeting anymore. The council changed that.
Are you
You gave me his name and I called him for, and. Yeah, and it was like $7,000. Everyone else wanted like 40. Yeah. Rudy told me they were. That's what the lady said. I think they're just kind of slow, like. That's scary. I heard orange now. Coming up next week. They did a good job. At 85.
That's 89. That would have been, that would have been 90 in July.
I remember my stepdad passed away just before. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I know that's. Oh.
Use the firepower. Yeah. There's a big fire they run in the green room. For that whole floor.
He's up in Georgia now. Yeah.
Well, Honey's house was one of those 5 minutes from my house. Because every night I went by there.
Yeah.
Breakfast were there.
Back and forth to see. Tried to get first.
That place is. The house. That like,
A lot more care.
big kitchen in the middle of it.
Stressful, not knowing.
Got hospice for that.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
I'll leave them tomorrow. Things that I've got to take care of, got to usually got to give it. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Let's say to wrap up your dad's life in 3 minutes.
I know, right?
All right, good night. Premium package for Canva? Ed? No, I thought I was on the city one. I thought I was using the city one.
Yeah, Miranda does.
No, I can't. Put in pictures in for a slideshow and I can't, won't let me take it. No, I thought I had the same thing that Crystal Miranda had.
Miranda has to give you the access to the circus.
That's how I
I
got it.
can't do this or that. I mean, it's in my dad's funeral.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah, well, then let me, like, I don't know how to figure out how to save it and start putting it on a flash drive.
Oh, you should share.
Share. Then it, When they do that again,
Lately,
oh, just the front page. Church.
Can you discount room rate? Oh, yeah. He went out there, went on vacation, his family. Back out there.
That's the one part?
Yep, and you can put up a, I mean, yeah. That's amazing. Same staff, every one of them still there. It's kind of like this guy putting. Apparently the injury insurance pay a lot of money. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear anything about it. I don't see.
Oh.
I'm gonna go over to the tape measure. Do it. I know it better be the junk car ordinance. Everybody is coming down.
I guess it doesn't really matter. Right here? On this.
Oh, yeah, it's because you had that thing, so. It's on the print. It's on the print. Color of it if you don't want to. Put it through the layers.
Oh. That's great. That's freaking here.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was hair.
I was just showing you. I've been doing this a while.
Yeah, I didn't know it was hair. That's horrible. So those are.
So go back to the elements. No. Back earlier. Occupied for $40.
Oh, yeah. But. Well, the. I can't put any music with it because that's too much. That means there's no music. And then you learn it from there. Yeah, and the church plays their own music. You need it. Well, that's why I always have it on.
Do I have to put it on a record and take it? You get a 72-hour pass. I got that on my driveway since I don't know.
Bedtime yet?
I agree with you 100%. They ran the red light. I said, no, I didn't run it. I am not hard for this. That was the voice. redoing all these electronics. Oh, yeah, she's been mine twice. Really? I can see both times. First time I read it, it wasn't good. House wasn't the Burns. If you take Travis's on this one. Travis does. There's a new big one running around out there. I thought we got rid of all.
Oh, man. Die hard.
Oh, my goodness. I got a meeting in the morning.
Yeah. No, I was cleaning my hand because I was dipping my hand in the cake.
Yeah, he was eating the cake.
He ate all the
He's trying
raspberries
to.
off?
He's picking off the frosting. Oh, I missed. This part.
Did you eat all the frosting off the cake, Ray?
Reconvened into from executive session at 10:07 p.m. and there's no action. Number 11, possible action. There's none. And we adjourn at 10:07. Okay. That's it. Thank you all very much. We'll have a good evening and a nice Easter if I don't see you, and we'll see you on April 2nd at our next city council meeting. Thank you.
Wake up, Ray. Yeah, where are you going to? Down to Corpus?
Thank you. I didn't know if I was just the mayor.
Huh?
See you in a couple of weeks.
I guess so.
It's really good. So if you need somebody.
How close are you to the skater block?
8 minutes.
Really? So it's in walking distance?
I don't know about walking, driving 8 minutes, but I mean, because you got to go around the river and stuff. You could tube to it.
All right. Let's have a good Easter.
Oh, no. No, it's not right. It's hard for me to. So I will work on that confirmation for.
So they're
going out, as of noon tomorrow.
Yeah, I
Oh, it's on next week. Right.
It's the last
So I'll get it wrapped up Monday, and then you meet with Crystal, what, Tuesday? Okay, I'll just let you know when it's ready. Yeah, so this, I don't know, if you weren't up here when I was explaining. One side and I got highlighted. I'll get the one, is every other meeting?
They
I
took
don't
the
like
real
the
bar and stuff off.
Okay, because you and I are wet signature, and then our wet signature one with no signature. I just apologize. That's okay, right? Right. Well, even if it's not, like, it's something that somebody needs, he's given me permission to use his electronic signature. Yeah. So I can do it, say it's going as emergency. I could always put it on there so she could do whatever she has to do, but I still whether this is a street that I like it to be spread out here. So he can do that. Yeah, but if it's something urgent, yes, we can use this one.
As well, you'll do great.
Oh, yeah.
Take deep breaths. Yeah. Look over the crowd. There's all sorts of,
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for signing these. I'll get them to stand out.
Okay. Chief, how are
Hey,
you?
I'm all right. I have Abraham Diaz.
I was going to say,
Done.
did she?
Done.
Okay. When you saw them, what are they?
So-
don't
so
don't
he-
just say that.
so
I
his
was there
concern
and I
was-
saw it. Like,
So,
okay.
so was I.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, was that you? I said, yeah, it was me. You gave me your phone to let me copy stuff off of it. So his thing he didn't understand is, right after we got there, we got a report from people in the house. They stopped spraying water because we only have 6 guys. Got an incident commander. There wasn't. But the report, the first report said the son was in there. The next report said the mother was in there. Stopped and did a search. First and
So
foremost.
that's why you stopped.
No, we sent everybody in to search the house.
Yeah, but I mean, you stopped putting the water
Yeah.
on because you wanted.
You'll steam burn everybody and kill them with water.
Really?
So
Okay.
we stopped.
Did you have some
Mutual aid eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Okay.
I mean, the closest one's to tanks. But the guys, you had one guy lay in a supply line for water because we had to have water for one guy in charge.
So when I'm no longer in here, you're gonna have to.
That's the law.
I'll run up here.
You have to have 2 guys ready to rescue.
He only did his
search.
old.
We don't care about the
Lots
dog. We don't care about the cats. We found
No.
the cats.
So,
But
and all that core stuff.
But-
Like, okay, got what they were saying.
that's why
I'll
the
have
hose
to,
lines go
I
home.
may have to ask to see what you, that wasn't, I gotta go back to my last time.
She told
I have my mission statement on my page.
no.
Yeah, and all of those are gonna change.
That's a fairly new one, but I think I can take it and make bullets out of it.
I originally wiped everybody, some, like fire had a mission statement, PD had a mission statement. I was gonna wipe everybody as we got ready to prepare for this conversation, because I didn't want them to stay for early. But, I'm gonna send out some parameters, like I'm gonna email y'all and send out parameters of what was shared.
I have it all video from the start. The guy across the street.
What was it, not even 2 years ago?
So we see it.
Within the lot, when we're getting ready to, I'm
This
gonna go
big,
kind
and
of.
then it breaks and it just rolls. So I'm just saying, I've got him squared away.
Oh, well, good. You know, it's just, like I told Crystal, I said, like I told
Complaining,
Crystal.
just call and ask.
I know. But anyway, he told me he talked to Adrian. It's just, whenever it's this, because then on the flip side, we get a nice compliment, from Sherry Didier on PD. So, I mean, it's just like, okay. And The way he said, I've got concern. That was it. Tell me what it is, you know?
And the neighbor who was
Anyway,
with
glad he
him,
did.
Martin Dries,
Oh, yeah, I know him.
I know him real well. We talk on a
Is his
regular.
wife still alive, Pat?
Yes, she is. She's not in good health, but she's
Yeah,
alive.
I've known her for a long time.
But
Yeah.
he said everything was, here, go ahead. He said everything was so fantastic.
Oh,
He,
that's so
and they're
nice.
standing next to each other.
Uh-huh.
And he was so nice on Abraham. He didn't have any issues. And then
So
I was,
after he texted you,
and then I'm surprised.
he didn't believe me. She was like, no, he didn't.
But if he had a question, he should have just called me and said, hey, what's up with this? I would have just told him. And he's absolutely good to go.
And him as a council member, he should have known that, really, I mean. Oh, well, I'll let you, oh, yeah, so I'll meet you out there, yeah. Office today, really, at all, but anyway, okay, I'll do it that way. Okay. All right, thank you. No, it was like I told Darby, he said, what's your schedule tomorrow? I said, well, we gotta go to the 911. Did that. I know, this is a different meeting. Anyway, it's not like, you know, we have, but anyway.
I mean, well, because all Americans, so everybody gets to kind of see all that. I mean, I don't, last time I talked a lot, we were trying to, I was trying to show Mr. Campos why he can't do
Exactly,
this badge and all that
exactly,
stuff.
so,
But this
anyway.
one should be easy peasy.
Should I this or what?
What's this back?
Just trash? Okay. Oh, okay, well, sleep on it, let's talk about what you thought the meeting was about tonight, and, you know,
We'll have to
I certainly got slap, Mayor. Anyway, I better put my, pillow back up. Anyway, all right, in my room.
Okay,
thank
put
you.
your purse in
Yeah,
this.
I think so, that'd be great. Thank you, Crystal. Have a
Yes,
good
ma'am.
evening. Drive safely, because I know how far you have to go now.
Oh, yeah.
And then Daniel tells me he's building a home in Vernon. I'm like, what?